Chapter 1297. As the colored glaze region master flew over with Tianyun, their speed suddenly soared. Tianyun followed closely beside them, not leaving any trace of him falling behind. The colored glaze region master took a quick look. Sure enough, it wasn't an illusion. Tianyun could really reach such a speed. The astonishing speed was far from what the Lord of Heaven could compare with. This way, there was an excellent advantage, and that was to deceive the other party and lower their vigilance. When attacking, it would have the element of surprise. The entrance to the 6th floor is in front, the colored glaze region master reminded. Shortly after passing through a forest, a large door appeared before his eyes. This door looked extremely peculiar, with 10 grooves on it. This situation immediately reminded him of the name of the pearl, the 10 Lives Pearl. It was just enough to fit in 10 pearls. After stuffing the pearls in, the door should open. In front of this door, there were already many cultivators gathered. They were basically divided into 9 groups. They didn't look like good people, and their cultivation was tyrannical. Among them, there were a few who were half-step heavenly venerables. Although they were covered in masks, Tianyun could immediately guess that these people must be the region masters of some celestial realm. Just like the colored glaze region master, they were here to search for treasures or to cultivate. They were stuck at the half-step heavenly venerables level, so they needed to absorb the power of a heavenly venerables and comprehend the power of a heavenly venerables. However, they couldn't go up, so they could only go around in circles on the 6th floor. Now that they had this special pearl, they immediately saw some hope. Are you the owners of the pearl? One of the strong men stepped forward. He had the power of a half-step heavenly venerables. As soon as he took a step forward, an incomparably tyrannical aura pressed down on them. This was to make the newcomers feel pressured. If they were the owners of the pearl, they should stay here obediently. If they weren't, they should hurry up and get lost. That's right, we are the owners of the pearl. The colored glaze region master waved her hand and bounced the invisible pressure away. Everything looked so casual. Your cultivation is not bad. Sir God, Lu Yuan's gaze turned serious. When he saw Tianyun's cultivation level, he frowned. He even brought a child of the Lord of Heaven level. Everyone here was a divine lord. There was no Lord of Heaven. The 6th floor no longer had anything to do with the Lord of Heaven, so he could go wherever he wanted. Coming here was a dead end. The 6th level did not seem to be dangerous, but it was actually filled with hidden dangers. It didn't seem as dangerous as the 4th floor, but before Tianyun could reach it, he was attacked by the power of the illusory gold. The 6th level was the chaotic power of the illusory gold. It was gentle at times and violent at others. If one couldn't control it, one would be ruthlessly sliced by the power of the illusory gold. This has nothing to do with you, right? The region lord of colored glaze looked indifferent. She raised her eyes and glanced at the gate in front of her. Compared to this, it's enough that we are the owners of the orb. That's true. Sir God, Lu Yuan stood to the side and said, Now, all of us are owners of the orbs. I believe all of you can see this gate. According to the treasure, there are exactly 10 orbs, just enough to stuff them in. If I want to stuff the gate full, the gate should open. Let's put it this way. Every owner of the orb should embed the orb one by one. The rest of you should stand further away. That should be fine, right? The orbs had to be stuffed in. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to open. Hence, if anyone wasn't willing to stuff the orbs in, the gate would never open. We have no objections. We have no objections either. All of them said that they had no objections. They were divided into 9 groups. There weren't many of them, about 3 or 4 of them. That was more or less enough. being able to work together was the key, not the number. If there were too many of them, or if their cultivation levels were too low, or if they couldn't work together, it would be meaningless. None of them had any objections. The other two half-step heavenly venerables didn't have any objections. If the remaining two had any objections, they would undoubtedly be uncooperative. I have no objections to. Region Master Colored Glaze didn't think much and immediately agreed. So many of them had agreed. If she didn't agree, she would be too cautious. After agreeing, Sir God, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Since I started it, I'll be the one to release it first." Then, Sir God, Lu Yuan walked to the gate and took out the orbs to put them in order. There was a mark on the gate. For example, the one in his hand was 3. Hence, he had to put it in the number 3 groove. Soon after, he easily and perfectly stuffed it in. It was just the right fit. After Sir God, Lu Yuan was done. He turned and returned to his camp. They were roughly 10 miles away from the gate. The range of 10 miles was very short. With their cultivation levels, they didn't even need a blink of an eye to reach it. Even so, as they were at the same distance, it would be reasonable for them to take back their items or do other things. With Sir God, Lu Yuan taking the lead, there would be another person following. The 10 lives pearl was a good item. However, no matter how good it was, it might be of a higher level. To take the 10 lives pearl and run away was no doubt throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. It was a huge loss. Plus, there were so many people watching. How could they run away after taking the item? Very soon, they took turns to put the orbs in. It was Region Master Colored Glaze's turn. She nodded at Tianyun and went to the gate to put the orb in. After it was put in, the entire gate gave off a faint light. Then, the light became more and more dazzling. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. Region Master Colored Glaze followed the rules and quickly retreated to Tianyun's side. No matter what, they had to stay 10 miles away. It was the rule that had been set earlier. After a while, the gate opened slowly. What came into sight wasn't any special environment, but a space-time formation. No one knew where it led to. However, at that moment, Sir God, Lu Yuan immediately rushed forward and came to the gate. He took down his own orb first. After he took down his own orb, he took another orb. He was about to snatch it. Once the gate opened, it would definitely be the time to snatch it. It wasn't just Sir God, Lu Yuan. The moment the gate opened, everyone pounced forward and increased their speed to the maximum in order to snatch the 10 lives pearl. In terms of speed, all of you are too inexperienced. Sir God, Lu Yuan sneered. He was so generous mainly because he was confident in his speed. After all, he had the rock bloodline. He had an absolute advantage in speed. Otherwise, why would he be so generous? I think you are too inexperienced. Chapter 1298. The one who snatched the 10 lives heavenly jewels from Sir God Lu Yuan was Tianyun. When the door was opened, he rushed over quickly to snatch the 10 lives heavenly jewels. He could tell that they were a bunch of people with ulterior motives. They looked fair and just, but they didn't believe him when he said he was fair and just while wearing a mask. As expected, when he rushed over, Sir God Lu Yuan started snatching. Not only him, but the other Sir Gods also rushed over. However, their speed was too slow, much slower than Tianyun and Lu Yuan Divine Lord, so they didn't even have the chance to snatch it, but Tianyun and Lu Yuan Divine Lord had already snatched several of them. Put it down. A half-step heavenly master behind Tianyun shouted loudly and tried to slap Tianyun's face, but Tianyun was stopped by a beautiful blue figure. She waved her ribbons in front of Tianyun and collided with the palm. Pung! Both of them retreated. The one who protected Eteonyun was undoubtedly Glay's Region Master. Her speed wasn't as fast as Eteonyun and the rest, but she wasn't much slower than the other half-step Heavenly Masters. If you want to snatch his things, you have to ask me first. Glay's Region Master said coldly. The half-step Heavenly Master didn't say a word and immediately rushed to the side to snatch the next 10 lives Heavenly Jewels. If they continued to be long-winded, they might not even be able to earn a single one. As for the late-stage Sir God, it was tragic. When they arrived, there were only a few left. All of them had been snatched by Eteonyun, and the rest, without the cultivation of a half-step Heavenly Master, they were nothing here. They could only be at the bottom. From the beginning, they were just cannon fodder. They were just here to take a look. After Eteonyun snatched 5, he quickly returned to Glay's Region Master's side. He dragged Glay's Region Master and flew forward. Let's go. He didn't stay for long. There were so many experts here. If he stayed too long, he would be intercepted. By then, no matter how many pearls there were, they would still be snatched. The glazed region, Lord did not struggle. She completely followed Eteonyun's actions and rushed into the door. It was the same for Sir God, Lu Yuan, and the rest. They had more or less gotten 1 or 2 10 lives Heavenly Jewels. However, Eteonyun had gotten the most. Sir God, Lu Yuan had gotten 3. As he possessed the bloodline of rock, he could only get 3. It was a humiliation. Furthermore, he had lost to an expert of the Lord of Heaven. This was the greatest humiliation of all humiliation. The other 2 were taken by 2 half-step Heavenly Venerates. As for the other groups of people, they had nothing in their hands. However, they could only bite the bullet and rush into the dimensional rift together. Since they couldn't get any treasures, they could only rush into the dimensional rift together. Who knew when the void gate would close? Thus, if he could enter, he would hurry. When they entered, they immediately felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them from all directions, making it difficult for them to breathe. This pressure is too strong. Let's go. They couldn't withstand it at all. They had to leave immediately. Even if they were late-stage Sir God, they couldn't stay there any longer. It was different from the power of golden mirage that they comprehended previously. The moment they entered, they felt a terrifying pressure. It was obviously an offensive power. It wasn't like the ownerless celestial venerate power from before. Some of them didn't believe it and continued to fly forward. What they saw wasn't a good place at all. It was filled with yellow sand. However, it wasn't any ordinary yellow sand. It was the golden sand that was condensed by the power of golden mirage. When it blew over, it was enough to lift their flesh. Just then, there was a scream. The Sir God who forced his way out was swept away by the golden sand and disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of blood. No one knew where he went. At least, they couldn't feel any signs of life. They were most likely dead. They died immediately after being swept by the golden sand tornado. Wasn't its power a little too terrifying? At that moment, many of the cultivators who had forced their way in noticed the situation of the cultivators who had come in first, especially those with 10 life Heavenly Jewels. They had a thick, protective shield around their bodies that could protect them from any harm from the tornado. A gust of strong wind blew past. They only swayed a little. Apart from that, they didn't suffer any injuries. The 10 lives Heavenly Jewels were like the pass to the 6th level. Without it, there would be danger everywhere. Now, there were only 4 groups of cultivators who had the 10 lives Heavenly Jewels. The remaining 6 groups either fled or forced their way in. D***MN it. The jewels have been snatched away. If we want to go in, we have to get the jewels. But how can we snatch the jewels? Our speed isn't as fast as theirs. Moreover, They have already entered. We can't catch up. Can we only return the way we came? The asterisk amenet. They were filled with indignation. Some of them were afraid of death, so they could only return the way they came. Otherwise, if they really died here, especially if the space-time door closed, they wouldn't be able to get out. Some of them didn't plan to go back. They planned to first control the power of the golden mirage and adapt to the environment here. Just like before, as long as they could control the power of the golden mirage, it would be equivalent to becoming half the owner of this place. Just as they were considering, the space-time door closed with a whoosh and could no longer be opened. Those cultivators who wanted to give it a try immediately revealed looks of despair in their eyes. No, they pounced towards the space-time door, but what they pounced on was a sea of golden sand. There was nothing there. If they wanted to go back, they could only walk forward and find the exit. This was the tragedy of not having the 10 lives heavenly jewels. With the 10 lives heavenly jewels, the situation was much better. After Tianyan and Glaze Region Master escaped in, they immediately felt the 10 lives heavenly jewels emit an endless stream of light to protect them. However, it was only to protect one person. Only by giving away one of the 10 lives heavenly jewels could they protect Glaze Region Master. This meant that 10 lives heavenly jewels could only protect one person. It couldn't be used in batches. Fortunately, you snatched more. Otherwise, only one person could enter. The environment here is too harsh. The power of the golden sand that blew over is comparable to an extremely powerful attack from a late-stage divine lord. Glaze Region Master observed the surroundings. They had already run into the vicinity of a sand dune. Leaning against the sand dune, they examined the surroundings. After entering a new environment, they had to examine the surroundings. There was no point in running around blindly. I know that this thing must be very important. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left here and made us bring it in. Tianyan smiled. Moreover, no matter what, these are all superior grade, heavenly Dao treasures. We definitely have to snatch them. Glaze Region Master rolled her eyes at him. After thinking for a moment, she said gratefully, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to turn back." Chapter 1299. What are you talking about? If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have been able to come to such an interesting place. Tianyan observed his surroundings. This area meant that he could find more treasures. Maybe he could even find the magical gold core. That way, his foundation for the next planet would be guaranteed. You don't have to call me Domain Lord. Just call me Azure. Azure Region Lord said with a smile. This, Tianyan was stunned. His status had risen so quickly. Usually, only those who were at the same level of cultivation or friends would address each other in such a manner. Don't worry about it. I believe you know that people with similar cultivation levels call each other that way, right? Azure Region Lord said, "Your cultivation level is only at the Lord of Heaven's level, but your overall level is comparable to mine. So, we can call each other friends." Strength was the most important thing. One moment, one might call someone an elder. The next moment, one might call oneself a senior. As long as one's cultivation level was high enough, the way they addressed each other could change at any time. If one's cultivation level was lower, they would call him senior. If one's cultivation level was similar, they would call him fellow cultivator. If one's cultivation level was higher, they would call him senior or lord. Here, only cultivation level mattered, not age. This was the principle of the accomplished are the teachers. Then I'll be so bold as to call you Sister Lioli. I can't just call you Lioli, Qin Wanru said. Tianyan scratched his head in embarrassment. He had always called her that. Suddenly changing, it was a bit awkward. Calling me elder sister Azure is not bad. I'll recognize you as my younger brother. Azure Region Lord squinted and smiled. She liked Eteonian more and more. She didn't expect to find a treasure. She had found a peerless genius. Although she didn't know how he cultivated, she only cared about the results, not the process. As long as he could reach this level, the Heavenly Spring region would have more confidence. Speaking of which, where should we go next? Eteonian looked around. Besides the Golden Desert, there was nothing else. Everything was barren. There were no road signs or signs. It was a dead end. If there were demonic beasts here, perhaps he could catch one or two and let them lead the way. He had done this kind of thing many times, but there was nothing here. It was empty. The only living beings were probably the cultivators who came in. The colored glaze region master turned her head and looked around. She frowned. I really don't know where to go. Without any instructions, it seems like we can only fly forward and take a look. The pearls in their hands did not have the slightest direction to speak of. They could only play the role of protection. Soon after, they began to fly aimlessly. As they flew, all they saw was the Golden Desert. Apart from that, there were no other changes. Occasionally, a golden sandstorm would attack them, causing them to sway in the wind. Fortunately, they had the protection of the pearl. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. It seemed like there was no problem for the time being, but if they were to be trapped here for a long time, they would also face a huge problem, and that was that their energy would be depleted. Flying casually was a waste of energy, and maintaining the barrier released by the orb also required energy. Before this, it was impossible to use the pearl. However, after entering this place, it was possible to use the pearl, but it was only used to form a shield. Over time, without absorbing any energy, it would definitely run out of energy. This place was filled with the power of magical gold, but they could not absorb any of it, let alone replenish their energy. Unless they cultivated the power of magical gold, they would not be able to stay here for too long. Of course, they could not stay here for too long. It was calculated in terms of tens of thousands of years. They had many elixirs in their storage rings. After so many years, they did not have to worry about running out of energy. However, if they did not return for too long, the Heavenly Spring Divine realm would definitely be in a mess. Eteonian did not know if the teleportation Godstone would be effective here. Anyway, teleportation would not work here. If they wanted to teleport out of this statue, they had to at least know where the exit line of the statue was. They had no clue, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. There is no change at all. It seems like we are really trapped here, the colored glaze region master said in a low voice. Eteonian lowered his head to look at the pearl in his hand. He said indifferently, Sister Glaze, did you think of something when this thing appeared? Death. The colored glaze region master thought of something. That's right. Death, Eteonian said in a low voice. For this thing to appear suddenly, it seems like the qualified cultivators are arranged to come in for the test. If they do not pass, this thing will descend to the 5th level again. At that time, the person who snatches it will be qualified to open the door and come in. According to what you said, only 10 people can come in to take the test, the colored glaze region master guessed. I think so. If all 10 people die, or all the participants die, then everything will have to start again. Eteonian shook his head. That's the best explanation. It didn't appear all of a sudden, but because the previous group of contestants died, it only appeared now. This time, the colored glaze region master was silent. Thinking about it carefully, it was really like what Eteonian said. It was not a treasure that fell from the sky, but a test for them. However, The maximum number of people was limited to 10. As for how many people would survive in the end, it was not clear. It seems like that should be the case. If we want to get the upper-level Celestial Master's treasure, we can only risk it. The colored glaze region master followed Etianyan and continued to fly forward. Very soon, a few voices came into view. The other 3 batches of people were gathered together, and they seemed to be discussing something. Among them, there were some Sir Gods, and they were resisting the golden sand outside in pain. They did not have the 10 lives heavenly jewel, so they could only resist with their bodies. As soon as they appeared, the group of people focused their attention on them. At the same time, Sir God Lu Yuan sent a voice transmission to them. "My 2 friends, I wonder if you could come over to discuss something?" Yi Tianyan and the colored glaze region master looked at each other. In the end, they flew down. It was not a solution to just keep flying. When they went down, they focused their attention on Yi Tianyan. Many of the cultivators were jealous, and they wanted Yi Tianyan to hand over the 10 lives heavenly jewel. They wanted to hide in a storage space or something like that. Later on, they realized that it was sealed and they could not enter at all. The items could be taken out, but people could not enter. This meant that it was impossible to avoid the rules. They could only use the 10 lives heavenly jewel to protect themselves. There was no other way. Chapter 1300. What do you want to talk about? The domain master stepped forward and asked. The others looked at the domain master. It seemed that the domain master had the right to speak, so they shifted their gazes back to her. "It's simple. Can you lend us a few precious pearls? Our companions won't be able to bear it if this continues." One of the half-step heavenly venerables stepped forward. His name was Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor. Although he was a half-step heavenly venerate, he was still a divine emperor. Hence, he had to be addressed as such. "No. What does it have to do with us? If we don't have it, will you give it to us?" The domain master retorted. If they were in her shoes, would they really give one to her? Don't even think about it. Even if you die, you won't give half a pearl. Why would she help someone who was not related to her? After helping, she might even stab them in the back. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Her words left them speechless. They didn't know how to refute. "It's useless to take more. Can't you give us a few more? We'll give you a reward in exchange for it. We'll borrow it temporarily. Along the way, we can advance and retreat together. Isn't that great?" Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor said with a smile. "Advance and retreat together? That's funny. If you want the precious pearls, that's not a problem. As long as you swear an oath, you'll advance and retreat together with us. You'll protect us and never attack us from behind. We'll have priority in choosing the treasures. As long as you swear an oath, we'll give you a precious pearl immediately." The domain master said sternly. Her words stunned Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor. If he swore an oath like that, would he still need to play around? It was equivalent to being their bodyguard. This Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor would never agree. He just wanted to test whether the domain master would believe him or not. Now it seemed that those who could enter were not fools, especially those who had cultivated to this level. How could they still be so stupid? "You have nothing to say? If you don't agree, please shut up obediently," the domain master said coldly. Humph! Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor's eyes turned cold. How could he accept being scolded by a woman? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yuan Divine Emperor stepped forward. "That's enough. Stop arguing. Now that all of you are gathered here, we can share the results of our discussion." The Lu Yuan Divine Lord stepped forward and advised, "Let's not talk about the orb. Let's talk about how to use the orb first. We've been circling around here for a long time, but we found that we're just going in circles. We think that this should be an extremely high-end illusion, and we can't get out of here at all. After thinking about it, perhaps only these pearls can lead the way. If it's just one, it might not have any effect. If we take them all out, it might have the effect of leading the way. Sir God Lu Yuan's analysis was clear and logical, causing the eyes of the domain lord and the others to light up. They had to admit that this was indeed a possibility. If they did not cooperate, the 10 orbs would not be able to gather together, let alone open up a passageway. Although he didn't know if it would work, it seemed that this was the only chance. However, Divine Lord Lu Yuan appeared to be a nice guy, but he was very calculating and scheming behind the scenes. If one was not careful, they would be plotted against. This was just like when he opened the door earlier. At the beginning, he spoke clearly and innocently. Who would have thought that as soon as the door opened, he would immediately come to snatch the orbs? Even so, they still had to try. Otherwise, they would not know how to get out of here. The other half-step Heavenly Master had not spoken since the beginning. He acted alone, releasing a cold and gloomy aura all over his body, as if he was an ice sculpture. Without a doubt, he cultivated the ice attribute. Naturally, he would be cold and not good at talking. The Domain Lord and Tianyun looked at each other, then nodded and said, "All right, let's give it a try." Immediately, they took out their orbs. Tianyun and the others took out the most, a total of 5 orbs, which took up half of the total, making the others extremely jealous. However, they could only be jealous and did not dare to simply snatch them. Tianyun's speed was obvious to all. Some of them could not catch up with him. Moreover, the Domain Lord was beside him. How could they dare to act rashly? After he took out his jewel, the others did the same. When all the jewel had been taken out, all the jewel suddenly resonated with each other. A beam of light spread out from each other to form a net of light. There's hope. Their eyes lit up. They did not expect it to be true. Only by doing this could they lead to the next route. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, the 10 pearls suddenly flew forward, breaking free from their hands and flying forward. Then, the 10 orbs gathered again, forming a huge orb. It was the Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure, the 10 lives heavenly jewel. Suddenly, they lost their protection and felt a power that could tear everything apart, drill into their bodies. However, they could withstand it. They did not have time to check their own bodies and immediately chased after the 10 lives heavenly jewel. After this thing gathered together, it immediately flew forward at an extremely fast speed. It didn't wait for them at all and just flew forward on its own. Without a doubt, the 10 lives heavenly jewel was leading them to the next entrance. The prerequisite was that they could catch up and not get lost. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Not only would they lose their orbs, but they would also be trapped here. Quick, quick, quick! They wished they had an extra leg. Their speed was really too slow. The 10 lives heavenly jewel was really fast. It covered thousands of miles in an instant. Some divine sovereigns who were not fast enough fell behind immediately. In addition, they were constantly disturbed by the illusory gold power, so they could not keep up with their speed. At present, only the 4 half-step heavenly venerates and Tianyun could keep up with them. "You're still too slow. I'll take you with me." Tianyun did not wait for the glazed territory lord to react. He pulled her into his arms, and the phoenix bloodline in his body immediately erupted. A huge phoenix phantom bloomed behind him. His speed suddenly increased by 300 times. In addition to the evil Lord of Heaven set on his body, his speed also increased. With a whoosh, the 3 half-step heavenly venerates were pulled apart, scaring them silly. F***CK, he can still be faster? Divine Sovereign Lu Yuan had already displayed the power of the Kuan Peng bloodline. How could Yi Tianyun be faster than him? The Kuan Peng bloodline was definitely faster than the Phoenix bloodline. However, Yi Tianyun directly increased his speed by 400 times. Even if his foundation was lower than theirs, he would still be faster than them under the 400 times berserk speed. However, he was only faster by a little and did not exceed them by much. This was the tragedy of having a low cultivation. Even so, they were still deeply shocked, including the Glazed Territory Lord. Chapter 13:01. Yi Tianyun's speed was top-notch. He might not be able to pull away from them, but he was faster than them and could keep up with the speed of the 10 lives heavenly jewel. At the same time, the golden sand swept over from all directions, surging more and more. At this time, the colored glaze region master waved the blue ribbon in her hand, forming a thick wall of ribbons around them, protecting them tightly. The golden sand that came over time, and time again, was rebounded back. Although the consumption was high, if they were too frugal, it would be courting death. The others were envious when they saw the situation. 2 people working together was better than 1 person. They had to run and block the golden sand at the same time. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, but they could only do so. Who would have thought that the 10 lives heavenly jewel would suddenly run away, leaving them unprotected? Luckily, their cultivation levels were not low. Otherwise, they would have been swept away by the golden sand after running for a while. Those with high cultivation levels were still okay, but those with low cultivation levels were long gone. Half-step, heavenly venerables couldn't even run with them. If they were any slower, they would be trapped here. If they couldn't find the 10 lives heavenly jewel, they would all die here. Hence, no one cared about their companions. As for carrying them and running, that was too difficult. They weren't like Yi Tianyun, who could be so fast while carrying someone. If they carried someone, their speed would definitely be greatly reduced. Hence, they could only choose to give up. In such a harsh environment, they could either die together or live on their own. The key was that the people they brought along wouldn't be as capable as Glaze Region Lord, who could help to block the golden sand. With their strength, it would be good enough if they could protect themselves. How could they help? This was the cruel reality. The group of God Lords gradually disappeared, left far behind, and finally merged with the golden sand. Luckily, we didn't let the other elders come, or we wouldn't be able to bring them along. Glaze Region Lord looked at the abandoned God Lords without any sympathy. She just thought that if their elders came, they wouldn't be able to keep up. If the other elders came together, the best way would be for me to chase, and then come back for you. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "There will always be a way. Only a heartless person would not consider such things." Glazed Region Lord was startled. She looked at Yi Tianyun and smiled, but didn't say anything. She believed that Yi Tianyun would do that, but it would be too troublesome. Following that, Yi Tianyun continued to rush forward with Glaze Region Lord in his arms. Along the way, all sorts of illusory gold powers attacked them. With the cooperation of Yi Tianyun and Glaze Region Lord, they blocked wave after wave of attacks. Without a doubt, this stage tested them on the impact of the power of illusory gold. Without protection, the difficulty increased exponentially. Plus, he didn't know where the end was. He just needed to keep following it. The 10 lives heavenly jewels did not have any humanity in them at all. They simply charged forward without increasing their speed. However, just maintaining their original speed was more than enough to give them a hard time. They are really fast. If their cultivation levels were lower, they definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. Or rather, if they aren't half-step to heavenly venerables or have shocking speed, they would probably die along the way. Yes, This might be a form of screening. The jewels are qualified to enter, but whether they can completely possess the jewels is another matter. Glaze region, Lord shook her head and said, the later stages will definitely be more and more dangerous. No wonder there has been no news of anyone obtaining the heavenly venerate's inheritance. Just these tests alone are enough to make one fail. Etianya nodded. He didn't slow down at all as he continued to chase. Following closely behind him were Sir God, Lu Yuan, and the rest. They didn't fall too far behind. Their total distance was less than 100 meters. Etianyan was faster than them, but not by much. Unless his cultivation level broke through again, then his speed would probably far surpass theirs. Imagine if a first-level Sir God had a speed increase of 300 to 400 times. He would definitely be the fastest person below Sir God. In such a state, they chased for a few days before the 10 lives heavenly jewels entered a space. Etianyun hugged Lioli Domain Lord and went inside without hesitation. The rest of the Sir Gods rushed in one after another. After they entered, the space-time door didn't last for too long. Very soon, it disappeared completely. After Etianyun rushed in, he immediately felt that the environment in front of him had changed completely. What he saw was no longer a sea of gold, but towering trees and all sorts of spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs. The most crucial thing was that Glaze Region Lord, who was in his arms, had been teleported away for some unknown reason. Similarly, there was no one around. It seemed that she had been teleported away when she passed through the space-time door. It seems that they have separated to other places. Just as Etianyan was thinking about what was going on, there was a ray of light above his head. He looked up and saw the 10 lives heavenly jewels floating in the air. With a bang, it exploded in the air. It turned into 10 rays of light that bloomed in all directions and landed in different places. What a scam! We have to look for these lousy things again. Etianyun felt helpless. Although there weren't any rules, it seemed that they had to collect the 10 lives heavenly jewels. Otherwise, how were they going to proceed? Unless the 10 lives heavenly jewels disappeared. Now that they were scattered all over the place, there was no doubt that they had to search for them slowly. Forget it. Let's find Sister Glaze first. Etianyan took out the evil spirit wheel and placed Glaze Region Lord's items in it. Then, there was a guiding force for him to search. Spiritual consciousness was useless here as it couldn't probe far. However, the effect of the evil spirit wheel was still there. He could still find people here. This level should be an attempt to separate us, but there's no point in that. Etianyan quickly followed the guiding force and went to find Glaze Region Lord. With this thing in hand, he could easily find her. He didn't have to wander around blindly. Having one more person was better than fighting alone. Actually, he could do it alone. However, since Glaze Region Lord was here, they definitely had to move together. With his speed, he quickly approached the region where Glaze Region Lord was. There weren't any problems along the way. There was no danger, nor were there any demonic beasts attacking. Just when he thought that everything was fine, a petite demon fox suddenly rushed out in front of him. There was blue fur on her body, and she looked very beautiful. As soon as she saw him, she attacked him without any hesitation. Etianyan quickly dodged to the side. Then, the other party lashed out with a whip. The thick blue whip lashed over with enough power to split mountains and rivers. He quickly dodged at an even faster speed. At the same time, he observed where Glaze Region Lord was. However, the evil spirit wheel in his hand was pointed at this demon fox. Chapter 1302. Etianyan was not in a hurry to make a move. The other party continued to attack fiercely. Every attack was so familiar. Although she was waving a long whip, the attack method was almost the same. After a slight change, he knew that she should be using a ribbon, especially this demon fox. Her fur was so beautiful, and it was light blue. Wasn't the colored glaze region master of the water attribute? The surface of her body would definitely have light blue fur, and it showed its characteristics. The key was the evil spirit wheel in her hand, which clearly pointed out that the demon fox in front of him was the colored glaze region master. The evil spirit wheel would not lie, which proved that the demon fox in front of him was the colored glaze region master. It seems that the illusion here is really scary. It clearly wants us to kill each other. It's fine if we are not in the same team, but if we are in the same team, it is killing each other. Tianyan felt extremely shocked. He could not break such a powerful illusion. The colored glaze region master was even more confused. How could a trap set by an upper-level celestial lord be broken? It meant that he could not let the other party see what his true identity was. In the eyes of the colored glaze region master, what she saw was also a demon beast, constantly escaping in front of her, causing her to attack continuously. But no matter how she attacked, the other party's speed was faster by a beat, and it could avoid her attack. This made her anxious. She did not expect that the first battle she encountered when she just arrived here would be such an abnormal demon beast. There was nothing in front of her, and suddenly it came out, catching her unprepared. When she wanted to continue attacking, the demon beast in front of her suddenly took out a spear and quickly carved on the ground. She glanced at it casually and saw the words on it. "Don't attack. I am Tianyan. You are Sister Glaze, right? What we see should be an illusion to make us kill each other." The speed of carving was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, a pile of words was carved. For their cultivation, the speed of carving was quite shocking, and in the blink of an eye, a pile of words was carved. Perhaps the weapon and the appearance would change, but the words carved on the ground would not have any changes. No matter how deceptive the illusion was, it could only change the state and appearance of the weapon. When the colored glaze region master saw it, she was immediately stunned and stopped attacking. Illusion? Is this all an illusion? The glazed region mistress continued to carve a line of words on the ground. "Then tell me, where did we come from and what happened recently?" She wouldn't believe him immediately, so she had to ask a few more questions. As for the verbal communication, to the other party, it was actually equivalent to the roar of a demonic beast. "We're from the heavenly spring divine realm. Recently, you've scolded me, saying that it's not good for me to cultivate lightning power and that I should stop it." Tianyan quickly drew on the ground what had happened during this period of time. After Glazed Region Master saw it, she immediately believed it. It was really an illusion. It seems that in this stage, apart from searching for the pearl, we also have to be wary of being attacked by our own people or others. Region Lord Colored Glaze continued to carve. Tianyan nodded, and also carved on the ground. Yes, as soon as they see a demon beast, they will immediately attack. There is no room for negotiation. If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I would have really died in Sister Lioli's hands. Region Lord Colored Glaze felt very embarrassed. She didn't know how Tianyan found out, but it was true. How could they not attack when they first saw a demon beast? The content of this stage's test was really sinister. If Tianyan wasn't fast enough to dodge, he would have died in the hands of his own people. This was the saddest thing. After such a long time, it turned out that they had mistakenly killed their own people. Now that we know, let's hurry and find the pearl. The pearl is the real key. Region Lord Colored Glaze wanted to leave as soon as possible. Right now, they had no way to break the illusion. They could only return to their original state after passing this stage. Tianyan nodded, and the two of them immediately went to the locations where the 10 lives heavenly jewels were scattered. They roughly remembered where they should go. Originally, the place that Region Lord Colored Glaze was heading to was one of them. Soon, the two of them found the area where the 10 lives heavenly jewels had fallen. There was a big pit there, and the small pearl was lying there. Tianyun quickly went down to retrieve it. After getting the pearl, he didn't let him return to his original state. It was as it should be, and there were no changes. After getting the first pearl, without much communication, they immediately went to look for the second pearl. Along the way, Tianyun thought that this stage was really sinister. If there were 10 participants, it would definitely be an extremely tragic situation. No wonder they didn't succeed. Just this stage alone could cause many cultivators to be stuck here. If all 10 of them were on the same side, that would be the most terrifying thing. When they all collected the 10 pearls and returned to normal, they would then realize that they had killed their own people. By then, even if they passed, they would be in no mood at all. Soon, they went to the area where the second pearl was. Not long after, they easily found the second pearl. As there weren't many of them to begin with, it was very normal that it wasn't taken away immediately. After getting the second pearl, they didn't stay for long and quickly ran to the next destination. There was no way to fly here, as they were directly suppressed by an invisible force. They could only run. If they could fly freely, everything would become simple. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there were sounds of fighting in front of them. Dense explosions kept spreading on the side. Tianyun immediately knew that opponents must have encountered each other and that a big battle was about to break out. They didn't have the evil spirit wheel like Tianyun, which could detect the other party's true body. If they started fighting immediately, unless they avoided each other and didn't attack each other, they would end up attacking each other like this. That's where the other pearl landed. There should be a dispute. Let's go find the other pearl now and not get involved in their fight. Tianyun quickly carved a line of words on the ground. Glaze Region Lord nodded. There were a total of 10 pearls here, so they would definitely choose to take the other pearls first. Now that there were 2 half-step heavenly venerables fighting, it meant that there was only one left to find the pearl. This way, they would have more chances to find the pearl in advance. You guys fight one more round. It's best if you don't stop. Tianyun sneered and quickly led Glaze Region Lord to the next area. From the looks of it, the most difficult part of this stage was the fight for the pearl between the participants. There was no other danger. Chapter 1303. Tianyun and Colored Glaze Region Master quickly found the next location of the pearl. The way they found it was simple. They saw a big pit, and it was definitely the location of the pearl. After they found it, they realized that there was nothing at the bottom. It proved that the pearl had been taken away. That was to be expected. Let's go to the next place. They didn't waste time and immediately headed to the next place. Soon, they found the next location of the pearl, but it was gone again. They didn't hesitate and continued to run. At the third location, it was gone again. They were shocked by the shocking speed of plundering. They didn't know who was so good at plundering to get 3 pearls in a row. However, if Tianyun were to sprint and plunder instead of meeting up with Colored Glaze Region Master, he might be able to get 2 or 3 more pearls. To him, it was more important to find the person first and put the rest aside for now. That's fast. Let's hurry to the next place. Tianyun thought for a while and hugged Colored Glaze Region Master. Then, he sprinted to the next place. This was undoubtedly faster. He had the advantage of speed. He would go faster if he could. This kid really doesn't know that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Colored Glaze Region Master rolled her eyes at him, but didn't resist. She knew that she was too slow and Tianyan wasn't willing to leave her behind to search for the pearl. She could only compromise. With Tianyun's extremely fast speed, he soon arrived in front of the next big pit, and he finally saw the pearl. I can finally find a place that hasn't been taken. Tianyan quickly went down and picked up the pearl. Just as he picked up the pearl, he felt a chill from the side. He looked up and realized that a figure had disappeared in front of him. It's the Sir God, who cultivates in the ice attribute. Tianyan squinted his eyes. He didn't expect the guy to be so fast. He believed that the first few pearls were collected by him. Let's hurry up and leave. The Sir God who cultivates ice attribute is searching for the pearl at high speed. Tianyan continued to rush forward with Colored Glaze Region Master in his arms. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. He moved forward with extreme speed. Although the teleportation Godstone could not be used, teleportation was not a problem. With a single teleportation, he arrived at the area ahead of him. The Glazed Region Lord was stunned. Just a moment ago, they were still standing at the big pit. How did they enter the forest the next moment? Tianyan didn't explain anything. He just flew out, wanting to find the next orb before the other party arrived. After all, the pearls that landed on the ground were basically fixed in place and wouldn't move at all. The only thing that mattered was speed. If there were more cultivators, they might need to fight for it. But now, there were very few cultivators, and 2 of them were fighting, so it would be faster to find the pearls. Found it again. Tianyan beamed with joy. When he saw that the pearls below weren't taken away, his eyes beamed with joy. Then, he went down to dig them out. Just as he dug them out, there was a dark blue figure above the big pit. When he saw the 2 figures below, he was shocked. ****. Why are they faster than me? They didn't come up just now. The person was naturally Sir God Ice Sparrow, who possessed ice attribute physique. He wasn't slow. Previously, his running speed was neither fast nor slow, mainly because he wanted to show his weakness. Then, when he sped up with all his might, he was still slower by half a beat. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Similarly, he could tell that the people in the big pit were definitely the cultivators from before. However, he didn't intend to attack them. Instead, he chose to leave and search for the next pearl. Since they were smart enough to search for the pearls and there were 2 monsters, they were definitely cultivators who had teamed up. The next moment, he turned around and left quickly, heading to the next place. When Tianyan saw him again, the corners of his lips curled into an arc compared to his speed. He was still too inexperienced. Then, he hugged Colored Glaze Area Master and teleported into the forest. Then, he ran towards his destination quickly. At that moment, he had 4 pearls. The 3 pits that he had encountered previously didn't have any. This meant that 7 pearls were gone, leaving him with 3 pearls. Among them, there were 2 troops that were fighting crazily. There was no doubt that they had found the pearls, which was why they were fighting. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't intend to fight. Instead, he wanted to search for the pearls first. As he ran at top speed, Tianyan found the big pit of pearls again. There was a pearl lying firmly in the pit. He quickly went down to retrieve it. After a while, Sir God Ice Sparrow returned as scheduled. "What's going on?" "Damn it, you ran faster than me again. This is impossible." Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't leave this time. Instead, he stood above the big pit and stared at them. Similarly, Tianyan stood below and looked at her. He didn't rush to take action. Lioli Domain, Lord patted Tianyan's shoulder and nodded lightly. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was very simple. She wanted Tianyan to hurry up and leave with her. Finding the treasure pearl was the most important thing right now. Tianyan shook his head. he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he held her palm and transferred some energy to her palm. It was actually just a line of words. That way, there wouldn't be a need to write it on the ground. "The pearls have been looted," Tianyan wrote. "How do you know?" Colored Glaze Area Master asked curiously. "This guy didn't leave immediately. This proves that he knows that the other 2 pearls have been taken. The other 2 Sir Gods would have taken 1 or 2 pearls, right?" Tianyan expressed his judgment. It was impossible that the other 2 Sir Gods were so weak. They must have been taken more or less. However, Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't start a conflict with them. If she had wanted to start a conflict, she would have definitely searched for the pearls first. Now that the pearls were gone, Sir God Ice Sparrow stood there and wasn't in a hurry to leave. After a while, he finally chose to leave. He didn't want to stay there. He didn't plan to have a conflict with Tianyan. He had other plans. He left. Colored Glaze Area Master looked up and saw. "Yes, let's go. We've been busy for half a day, and we still have to get 5 pearls back." Tianyan shook his head. He couldn't help but say that the test was really a trap. They had been running around blindly for half a day, and they had only gotten 5 pearls back. It would be great if they could get 1 or 2 more. Then they left the pit quickly and started looking for the exit. However, they couldn't find any traces of an exit even after walking around for a long time. Could it be that this test also needs to gather 10 pearls before it can be activated? Tianyan thought about it and felt that it was a trap. If that was the case, they could either team up to gather the pearls again or snatch the other's pearls. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to advance to the next test. Chapter 1304. Just as Tianyan thought it was still the same as before, the jewels in their hands suddenly gathered together and formed a miniature version of the 10 Lives jewels. It was much smaller than before. After it gathered together, it emitted a beam of light that guided them forward. This made the 2 of them happy. It seemed that they did not need to find all the 10 Lives jewels to find the entrance. Immediately, they quickly followed the guiding light. After searching for a long time, they finally walked out of the forest. What came into view was a huge stone door. There were 10 grooves on the stone door, and it looked no different from the ones they had seen before. "Do we need so many jewels to open this door again?" Tianyan frowned. If that was the case, it would be meaningless to guide them here. Immediately, a beam of divine light descended and enveloped the 2 of them. In the next moment, both of them returned to their original state and could see each other's real bodies. The illusion effect is gone. Tianyan's eyes brightened. It seemed that it was indeed different from what he had imagined. Yes, the illusion effect is finally gone. I just don't know how to operate it now. Colored Glaze Region Master looked at the door in front of them, not knowing what it meant. Just as they were thinking about what to do, a figure suddenly floated out of the door, attracting their attention. At the same time, all of them were on guard. "Welcome, test takers. I am the device spirit of the 10,000 Gods Tower. You can just call me the Honorable Spirit." The Honorable Spirit was a benevolent-looking elder who smiled at them. The device spirit of the 10,000 Gods Tower. Tianyan squinted his eyes. It seemed that they could finally meet a device spirit that knew something, instead of flying around like a fly. After exchanging glances with Colored Glaze Region Master, he said, "Elder Honorable Spirit, I wonder if you can tell us what these tests mean." The cultivation of the Honorable Spirit was not weak. As a device spirit set up by an upper celestial lord, its cultivation was at the level of a lower celestial lord. Just this device spirit alone was enough to kill them in an instant. These are the rules set by the master to select disciples. So these tests were set up, the Honorable Spirit explained. As expected, Tianyan had already guessed that this would be the case. As long as one was a senior, they would more or less want to choose an outstanding disciple to inherit their legacy. Unless it was a lone wolf, they would choose a disciple to inherit their legacy. They couldn't possibly let their martial arts be completely lost, right? Not to mention them. He himself might do the same in the future. Only by doing so would he be able to select outstanding disciples. If he couldn't even pass these tests, that would be too disappointing. However, it had to be said that these tests were too difficult. Those who passed the tests were probably all perverted, right? Especially when it involved killing each other's companions. Was this really recruiting disciples, not recruiting enemies? He didn't refute it, but continued to ask, then what does it mean now? Do I need 10 orbs to open this door? That's not necessary. Instead, the door will be opened according to the number of pearls you've obtained. Different pearls will lead you to different places after opening the door. Naturally, the rewards you'll get will be different, explained the Venerable Spirit. There's such a thing. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. That meant that they didn't need to collect all the pearls. According to the number of pearls they had, the place they were going to should not be bad. However, it didn't take long before they were splashed with cold water. However, every time the door is opened, only one person can pass through. Don't try to barge in unless you can defeat me, explained the Honorable Spirit with a smile. Yi Tianyun frowned. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to go to the same place. Different numbers of pearls would lead to different checkpoints. As for whether it would be easy or difficult, he didn't know. Now that they had 5 pearls, they couldn't divide them together, unless they gave up 1 pearl. However, if that was the case, the place they were going to would undoubtedly be very bad, and there wouldn't be many rewards. Senior Honorable Spirit, how do you define this? Is the more pearls the more difficult it is, or what? Asked Yi Tianyun. The more pearls, the lower the difficulty. If there is only 1 pearl, then the place we are going to is 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. The Honorable Spirit smiled and said, so I hope that you can collect more pearls. If you come over with 1 pearl, I think the result will definitely not be satisfactory. 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. Yi Tianyun was stunned. This was simply a huge trap. If 1 pearl was 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives, then what about 2? At most, wouldn't it be 8 out of 10 deaths and 2 out of 10 lives? The difficulty was slightly lower. So, if we get all the pearls, there is basically no difficulty to speak of, asked Yi Tianyun. Something like that. If we get all the pearls and open this door, we will directly get the reward. There won't be any dangerous test, explained the Honorable Spirit. This is completely a trap. It is equivalent to killing everyone. Yi Tianyun frowned. The colored glaze region master's face didn't look too good either. He had to admit that these tests were really a trap. That's right. They want to kill us and let 1 person win in the end, or at least let a few people win. Otherwise, it will be meaningless, the colored glaze region master said. In this way, we will have too few pearls. Even if there are 3, the difficulty will be doubled. Yi Tianyun shook his head. According to the saying, 3 pearls were 7 out of 10 deaths and 3 out of 10 lives. There was a slightly higher chance of survival. They didn't know how difficult it was. Maybe it would be better if 2 people worked together. It meant that they needed 6 pearls. As long as there were 6, they would be able to go to the same area. They wouldn't say that in front of the Honorable Spirit. After all, it was their territory. How would they dare to talk about the Celestial Master? If he was unhappy, he could just slap them, and they would be dead for sure. Another tester is coming. The Honorable Spirit looked afar with a smile. Soon, Sir God-Eye Sparrow appeared in their line of sight. He had also used the pearls to come over. As long as all the pearls were collected, they would automatically lead the way. or with a slight instruction, they would lead the way. After Sir God I Sparrow arrived, Sir God Lu Yuan arrived too. There didn't seem to be any problem. Finally, Sir God Sky Ripping arrived. However, Sir God Sky Ripping was disheveled. It was obvious that he had lost to Sir God Lu Yuan. Now that everyone was here, all of the 10 life heavenly jewels were gathered, which made Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Perhaps he would have to take one out of each of them to balance the situation. Chapter 13:05. When the other cultivators arrived, they glared at each other, especially Sir God Sky Ripping and Sir God Lu Yuan. Sir God Sky Ripping's eyes were filled with hatred, as though he was unwilling to accept the outcome. Sir God I Sparrow stared at Yi Tianyun, and the rest, her eyes filled with unwillingness. All eyes were on Yi Tianyun. He knew that the reason the pearls could be taken away so quickly was definitely because of Yi Tianyun's speed. He had never expected Yi Tianyun's speed to be so fast. It was beyond his imagination. Participants, you are here, the honored spirit smiled. Then, the venerable spirit repeated the general situation to them, causing their expressions to change. Especially when they heard that a single orb passing through the gate meant that there was a slim chance of survival, their expressions didn't look too good. They didn't know what kind of cultivator the 9 out of 10 difficulty was aimed at, but it definitely wouldn't be simple. Sir Honored Spirit, this 9 out of 10 difficulty, what kind of cultivation level is it aimed at? Sir God Lu Yuan stood up and asked, for any cultivation level, unless your cultivation level is at the level of a middle-level celestial master, there will be different levels of difficulty according to the strength of your cultivation level. Hence, regardless of your cultivation level, you will be treated fairly. The honored spirit maintained a faint smile. What it said wasn't pleasant at all. Their faces changed. The truth was often cruel. That was the cruel truth. If they didn't have the pearls, they would die. They wouldn't think that they were absolutely invincible. Since the honored spirit had said so, there was no need to lie to them. Such a level would usually be designed to send stronger enemies. Basically, they would be fighting beyond their level. Otherwise, why would there be a 9 out of 10 difficulty? The 9 out of 10 difficulty would definitely be fighting beyond their level or facing an extremely terrifying level of difficulty. Otherwise, with their half-step celestial master cultivation level, there wouldn't be any difficulty that would make them feel like they were about to die. Yi Tianyun almost laughed out loud. What was his favorite level? It was the level of difficulty that was determined according to cultivation level. A crazy damage mode, with 64 times effect, would be able to crush the opponent. If they needed to fight beyond their level, they would at most send a 4th or 5th level Sir God, which was trash to him. In that case, what else was there to say? He only needed 1 orb. Then Sir God Lu Yuan and the others shifted their gazes to the others. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent. In this case, he had to get more pearls. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. You can't make a move here. Whoever makes a move will end up the same as death. The venerable spirit said such terrifying words with a smile on its face. These words caused them to calm down one by one, and the murderous aura that had originally emerged was immediately extinguished. Causing trouble in front of an Empyrean was really courting death. Senior Zunling, is there no other way to reduce the difficulty? Asked Heaven-Ripping Divine Lord. No, unless you continue to fight for the orb. They couldn't fight here, but that didn't mean they couldn't fight. They could have a competition and place a bet, or even a duel, to the death. The premise is that both sides agree to it and can't force it, the honored spirit explained. Their eyes lit up, and they all focused on Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was the lowest, so he was undoubtedly the easiest candidate to bully. He was fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape when he was limited to a certain area. Kid, Fight with me if you can. I have a pearl here. I'll bet with you. Heaven-ripping divine, Lord immediately took out a pearl. He only had one pearl with him, so he could only bet with one. Bet with me? That's too little. Kid, bet with me. I have two. Sir God, Lu Yuan took out two pearls and gestured to Tianyun to bet with him. Sir God, Ice Sparrow didn't say anything. Instead, she stood by the side. She was like herself, a man of few words. If you want to compete, compete with me. Just then, Colored Glaze Region Master stood up and stared at them coldly. How can you compete with someone with such a huge difference in cultivation? He seems to only have the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, but I feel that his cultivation is not weak. He must have the cultivation of a Sir God, right? Moreover, you are a woman and he is a man. If you keep standing behind a woman, are you still a man? Sir God Lu Yuan provoked Tianyun verbally, so that he would fall into his trap. Such words were easy to set up. After all, if one didn't come out to fight, he was worse than a woman. In their opinion, Tianyun's cultivation was definitely higher than the Lord of Heaven's. Who would believe that only the Lord of Heaven's cultivation was so fast? But it couldn't be high. From the beginning to the end, they hadn't seen Tianyun fight. They believed that even if he wasn't weak, he wouldn't be that strong. I challenged him first. Heaven-ripping divine Lord was anxious. If Tianyun was killed, he wouldn't have a chance. The rest of them were half-step heavenly masters, so they didn't have much of an advantage. It's true that you challenged him, but you only have one pearl. Would he be willing to challenge you? Sir God, Lu Yuan humphed coldly and turned to look at Tianyun. He said in disdain, Kid, have you thought about it? Are you willing to hide behind a woman, or are you willing to fight me like a man? If you want to be a coward, hide behind and don't come out. Sir God, Lu Yuan was good with his mouth. He had been a smooth talker since the beginning. Then he used his mouth to provoke Tianyun. Don't listen to him. Bet with me if you can. Colored Glaze Region Master said coldly. Cough, cough. That's enough. Tianyun extended his hand and patted Colored Glaze Region Master's shoulder. He stood out and said, All right, since you said so, I'll bet with you. Two pearls it is. Sir God, Lu Yuan beamed with joy and smiled. That's more like a man. Then he said to Venerable Spirit, Senior Venerable Spirit, he has agreed. Is that okay? Venerable Spirit nodded and turned to look at Tianyun. Are you sure you want to fight with him? Yes, I'm sure. Two pearls it is, Tianyun said. Okay. Then Venerable Spirit waved, and they were enveloped in a divine light. The area was divided into a battlefield. As long as either party leaves the battlefield, it's your loss. Senior Venerable Spirit, fists and legs have no eyes. If I kill by mistake, is there a problem? Sir God, Lu Yuan smiled and looked harmless. No problem. As long as it's a fight, life and death don't matter, Venerable Spirit said. Chapter 1306. Sir God, Lu Yuan smiled happily. He turned to look at Tianyun and said, My friend, fists and legs have no eyes. Even if our cultivation is not low, once we unleash our power, it will be hard for us to retract it. Hence, you'd better run away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too harsh. He didn't mind Tianyun running away immediately. His target was the two pearls anyway. Don't worry. I'd like to see if your fist or my speed is faster. Tianyun smiled faintly. Sir God, Lu Yuan's overall power wasn't weak. However, to him, it was just average. Sir God, Lu Yuan wasn't considered the strongest half-step heavenly master. He could only be considered to be below average. As for Sir God Heaven Ripping, he was even weaker than Sir God, Lu Yuan. It was undoubtedly easier to deal with Sir God Heaven-Ripping. However, Sir God Heaven-Ripping only had one pearl. How could he agree? Let's give it a try. Before he could finish his words, the shadow of Kuan Peng appeared behind Sir God Lu Yuan. The huge Kuan Peng soared in the void and instantly enveloped the entire area. As he spread his wings and soared, his speed was instantly raised to the maximum. He disappeared in the void, and only an afterimage was left. His speed was much faster than before. It was obvious that he hadn't unleashed his full speed when he was chasing after 10 lives Pearl. He had held back. What an idiot! Does he think he's the fastest? The fastest speed is naturally our Kuan Peng bloodline. We are the true king of speed. In the blink of an eye, Divine Lord Lu Yuan appeared behind Yi Tianyun and reached out his hand to pierce Yi Tianyun's back. Divine Lord Lu Yuan's hand turned into a sharp eagle claw that could even pierce through a heavenly Dao-grade weapon. Just as he thought he could kill Yi Tianyun easily, a star divine spear that was faster than him pierced through him. There was a unique power of thunder in the spear. When it was added to the star divine spear, its speed increased by another notch. Whoosh! When Sir God Lu Yuan attacked, the star divine spear pierced his body. Then, the domineering power nailed him to the ground. It's a pity that my speed is slightly faster than yours. Yi Tianyun smirked. Under the other party's fearful gaze, Yi Tianyun lifted the star divine spear in his hand and slashed Sir God Lu Yuan in half. The domineering power pierced through Sir God Lu Yuan's soul and split him in half. He died quickly. Destroying the soul was the most important thing. If the soul wasn't destroyed, it could still be reborn. Since this place allowed him to kill his opponents as he pleased, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Sir God Lu Yuan had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Hence, why would he show mercy? Now, it was a complete instant kill without any hesitation. Ding! Successfully killed Divine Emperor Lu Yuan. Reward: 700 EXP, 130 Crazy Point, 80 SP. Obtained Kuan Peng Bloodline Rare. Kuan Peng Claw, Superior Grade Heavenly Dao. Kuan Peng Robe, Kuan Peng Bangle, Superior Grade Heavenly Dao. The Lord of Heaven, who was at the side, opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be so strong, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he had fewer pearls, otherwise he would have been the one to die. Too strong. This speed is too fast. How can it be faster? Divine Lord of Heaven, ripping heavens, was terrified. He felt that they weren't on the same level anymore. She also didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be faster. She only knew that Yi Tianyun had some confidence. Hence, they teamed up and fooled Sir God Lu Yuan a little to make him lower his guard. Now, it seemed that even if they didn't fool him, he could easily suppress Sir God Lu Yuan. Divine Lord Ice Sparrow squinted her eyes. There was no surprise in her eyes. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, as expected of someone who killed several Sir Gods in one go, if I hadn't seen him before, I might have really challenged him. Whoever challenges him is really an idiot. Lord of Heaven's cultivation? Who would believe? He had witnessed Yi Tianyun helping Lioli Domain, Lord out of trouble, and killing so many Sir Gods in one go. With such power, he didn't want to fight Yi Tianyun. He would rather fight Lioli Domain Lord. After Yi Tianyun killed him, he kept the 2 pearls and the treasures. He had obtained a half-step Celestial Master's treasures. One could imagine how bountiful it was. At the same time, he had obtained a huge pile of experience. He had even obtained the Kuan Peng bloodline. If he were to absorb it, his speed would definitely increase by a notch. Kuan Peng's speed was definitely top-notch. It was even more shocking than the Phoenix bloodline. If he hadn't controlled the power of lightning and mixed it into his attack to increase his speed. It definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with Sir God Lu Yuan. Plus, Sir God Lu Yuan had indeed let his guard down. He thought his speed was supreme. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to hold back too. Then Yi Tianyun came before Liuli Domain Lord and smiled. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Of course not. I didn't expect you to cultivate the power of lightning and add it to your attack. I was wrong about you. Liuli Domain Lord naturally saw the power of lightning that Yi Tianyun had exploded. It seemed that the power of lightning wasn't cultivated randomly. It could be added to one's attack. It's all in the past, Yi Tianyun smiled. He had been misunderstood many times anyway. He couldn't be bothered to explain. It would be better to use it as a trump card. Then they had 7 pearls. The remaining 3 pearls were in the hands of the other 2. Yi Tianyun stood out and looked at the 2 of them. He said, "Who wants to continue to challenge me? I welcome you. The stakes will be the pearls in your hands." Sir God Heaven Ripping's face changed. He didn't dare to challenge Yi Tianyun anymore. However, if he didn't challenge him, it meant that he wouldn't be able to increase the number of pearls. In that case, the effect of a narrow escape was basically no different from death. Sir God Ice Sparrow, who was next to him, didn't say a word. She just stood at the side, quietly. Why? Don't you dare to challenge me. The Lord of Heaven? Didn't you shout happily earlier? Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Now that your opponent is dead, it's your turn to challenge me. Yi Tianyun smiled. Nonsense. How could you possibly be the Lord of Heaven? You are definitely at the level of a Sir God later stage. With your cultivation speed that I don't know how, even a half-step heavenly master isn't as fast as you. Sir God Heaven Ripping roared. Then he pointed at Liuli Domain Lord and said, I want to challenge you. I wonder if you are willing to fight with me. Chapter 1307. Glaze Region Lord smiled sweetly when she heard that the heaven-ripping divine Lord wanted to challenge her. Then she stood up and smiled. You're willing to challenge me, but I'm not willing to accept your challenge. What about you? Are you willing to challenge me once? Glaze Region Lord did not accept the heaven-ripping divine Lord's challenge. Instead, she asked Ice Sparrow Divine Lord, I'm not going to challenge you. I think 2 pearls are good enough. I don't need to earn too much. Ice Sparrow Divine Lord rarely spoke, but her words were so cowardly. The heaven-ripping divine Lord was delighted. If Ice Sparrow Divine Lord refused, he would have a chance. It would be good enough if he could win once, let alone how many pearls he would win. If he killed Glaze Region Lord, the pearls she was wearing would belong to him. It seemed like he was only betting 1 pearl, but he was actually betting all the pearls. He had seen everything. Yi Tianyun had taken the pearls from Glaze Region Lord. After winning, he had given the pearls to Glaze Region Lord, which meant that the rest of the pearls were with Glaze Region Lord. All right, since you don't want to challenge me, I'll accept your challenge. Glaze Region Lord felt helpless. If Ice Sparrow Divine Lord did not agree, she could only accept the heaven-ripping divine Lord's challenge. That's great. The heaven-ripping divine Lord was so happy that he almost cheered. Then he said to the spirit, Senior, she has agreed. Can we start? He wanted the spirit to start immediately, as he was worried that Glaze Region Lord would change her mind. It would be troublesome then. Sure. The spirit waved its hand, and the 2 of them were separated, forming a fighting ring. The heaven-ripping divine Lord rushed over as soon as the fighting ring was formed. Sharp claws appeared on his hands, and his body enlarged rapidly, turning into a huge dragon leopard. He had dragon scales on his body, and the astonishing explosive power of a leopard. His claws were extremely sharp, each of them comparable to a middle-grade heavenly Tao level. This was their unique talent, which was extremely sharp claws. They could tear the world apart. Coupled with the power of the dragon blood, the tearing power was several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-ripping divine lord had already arrived in front of the colored glaze region lord. He swung his sharp claws down mercilessly and wanted to tear the colored glaze region lord into pieces. The void in front of him was torn apart by his ferocious claw. It really felt like the sky was being torn apart. The seemingly ordinary grab had already frozen the space around the glazed region lord. There was no chance for her to escape. Die! Sir God Heaven-Ripping looked ferocious. At the same time, he vented the anger in his heart. Previously, he had lost to Sir God Lu Yuan, and he was unhappy. Now it was different. Being able to kill a half-step Empyrean could prove his strength even more. The key was that he would be able to obtain quite a number of orbs, which would allow him to successfully pass this test. Colored Glaze Region Master's gaze turned cold. She was already prepared. She waved the blue ribbon in her hand quickly, and it rolled towards the sharp claws of the heaven-ripping divine lord. When the ribbon met the sharp claws, logically speaking, it should be the ribbon that was torn to shreds. However, the sharp claws were quickly bound by the blue ribbon. In the blink of an eye, a large circle was wrapped around the claws. The originally violent attack suddenly became powerless. The tearing force had already become powerless. Oh no! Sir God Heaven-Ripping's expression changed. He wanted to reverse his attack hurriedly. He had not expected that his attack would be controlled so easily. He grabbed down violently, but it turned soft, without any strength at all. That was the scariest part. He couldn't exert any strength at all. It's too late. Glazed Region Lord's eyes emitted blue light. She waved the ribbon in her hand rapidly, and it rolled towards her body along with her bound hand. Soon, it wrapped around half of her arm and fixed the heaven-ripping divine Lord firmly. Break! Sir God Heaven-Ripping clenched his teeth and decisively cut off his arm. His body retreated rapidly and blood splattered everywhere. Glazed Region Lord waved the ribbon in her hand, and the blood was reflected. Not a single drop of blood splashed on her body. However, Sir God Heaven-Ripping had escaped. When he felt that he couldn't break free, he had immediately chosen to cut off his arm. That was a decisive method. However, if he hadn't done that, he would have been bound inside and out by the ribbon. By then, he would have been strangled to death, let alone break free. The ribbon wasn't an ordinary treasure. It was a top-notch superior grade heavenly path weapon. It was stronger than an ordinary superior grade heavenly path weapon. Sir God Heaven-Ripping, who had cut off his arm, immediately started to stop the bleeding. At the same time, his severed arm started to regrow rapidly. It wasn't a difficult task for him. He would only need some time to regrow his severed arm. It was just that Glazed Region Lord's attack had shocked him. It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Glazed Region Lord wasn't weak at all. She looked like a woman, but her fighting style was definitely different. She could restrain his power. Thinking about it carefully, she had so many jewels. Wouldn't it be a temptation for them to continue challenging her? In fact, that was indeed the case. If she had the jewels, they would definitely challenge her. No one would challenge Yi Tianyun. No one would want to challenge the King of Speed. Even Koen Peng wasn't as fast as him. What was the point of competing? It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap. As for Sir God Ice Sparrow, she obviously noticed that something was wrong. That was why she wouldn't challenge him. Glazed Region Lord didn't wait for him to think clearly. She took the initiative to attack. She waved the ribbon in her hand and instantly encircled the area like a thick city wall. Sir God Heaven Ripping had nowhere to escape from such power. Blue Eye Strangle. Glazed Region Lord tightened her grip, and the ribbons around her tightened rapidly. Sir God Heaven Ripping couldn't escape, even if he wanted to. He could only resist with all his might and charge towards Glazed Region Lord. However, this was Glazed Region Lord's territory, right from the start. He had already lost. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, Glazed Region Lord used the ribbon to trap him. Finally, Sir God Heaven Ripping was tied up. With a hard pull, Sir God Heaven Ripping exploded and turned into dust. Everything had been so easy. Her attack had restrained Sir God Heaven Ripping. It wouldn't have been a problem for her to win this round. We won. Glazed Region Lord took the spoils and smiled as she walked to Etienne's side. Chapter 1308. The battle was won easily. Etienne knew that Glazed Region Master wasn't weak. She was strong. I relied on my advantage. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with, Glazed Region Master said humbly. Glazed Region Master was also modest. She knew that what she was up against was exactly what she could restrain. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. They looked at Sir God Ice Sparrow. Etienne smiled and said, "Which one of us would you like to challenge?" There was only Sir God Ice Sparrow left. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't show off. No one knew how strong he really was. Maybe the appraisal, I could tell a lot, but only when they fought would they know how strong he was. I said, "I'm not interested. 2 pearls will do. There's no need for too many." Sir God Ice Sparrow's face twitched. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want more pearls. He saw that they were strong. If he messed around, he might be the one to die. The best way was not to challenge them. 2 pearls was too little. If he used them to open the door, it wouldn't be 9 out of 10, but 8 out of 10. Overall, it was bearable. If he were to fight against them, he would definitely die. Even if he surrendered and escaped, he would be trapped there. It was no different from death. All right. They were disappointed. They didn't accept Sir God Sky Ripping's challenge at first because they wanted to challenge Sir God Ice Sparrow. How could Sir God Ice Sparrow accept the challenge once they showed their shocking strength? She would definitely challenge those with more pearls. Even if Sir God Sky Ripping didn't dare to challenge later, there would at least be 9 pearls. Of course, the number wasn't bad either. There were 8 pearls. On average, each of them had 4 pearls. The effect was pretty good. It seems that you don't want to continue fighting. The honored spirit smiled and said, "If so, you can distribute the pearls among yourselves. I'll emphasize again that the more pearls you have, the better the item will be. At the same time, the difficulty will be lower. On the other hand, the item will become worse, and the difficulty will increase tremendously. Honored spirit, if we enter with 4 pearls, will we be assigned to the same place to experience the test?" Etienne thought for a while and asked, "No, both of you are in an independent space, so you cannot interfere with each other," said the venerable spirit. "Is that so?" Etienne frowned. This way, even if they all had 4 orbs, they wouldn't be able to go to the same place. They wouldn't be able to help each other. "It's okay. Anyway, I'll take a little less. You take 5, and I'll take 3. This is a very reasonable distribution," Glazed Region Master suggested. She knew that Etienne had some ability, but it was still too difficult. It was better for her to side with Etienne. Etienne thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll take 1, and you take 7. That's the best way to split it." "What?" Glazed Region Master was astonished. Even Ice Sparrow Divine Lord was dumbfounded after hearing that. The honored spirit smiled and said nothing. It was their business to make their choice, and he would not meddle in it. Just like that, Sister Leoli, Have you forgotten my abilities? Eteonyun smiled. Abilities? Glazed Region Master didn't quite understand what was going on, but she quickly understood what was going on. She had a look of realization on her face, but she still looked worried. But will it really be like that? Won't it be based on your previous performance to set the difficulty for you? The abilities that Eteonyun was talking about was the ability to fight beyond his level. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to arrange a half-step heavenly master for him. Even if it was arranged, he still had a chance to deal with it. What happened just now was the best performance. But according to the normal Lord of Heaven, arranging a third or fourth level divine Lord would be enough to easily kill him. Eteonyun calculated according to this loophole, and Glazed Region Master immediately reacted. But what she was worried about was whether it would be based on his previous performance. If that happened, it would not be an ordinary expert. It's okay. I believe it will be based on cultivation. It won't be too much. Eteonyun smiled. Previously, the Honorable Spirit said that it will be based on cultivation, not the previous situation. That's true. Glazed Region Master's eyes lit up, and her heart was set. If it was based on cultivation, Eteonyun would definitely be able to win easily. Since he could win easily, Eteonyun might as well give the rest of the orbs to Glazed Region Master. This way, he could also maximize the rewards. They might not be able to get 10 orbs, but they could at least get 7 orbs as a reward. The treasures left behind by an upper heavenly master were definitely extremely precious. After a moment of transmission, they immediately decided on what to choose. Then Eteonyun took only 1 orb and stuffed it in the door. Senior Honorable Spirit, I have already chosen the difficulty. This is it. Eteonyun said, All right, I will start the difficulty now. He was too lazy to care about what the examinee chose. Anyway, whatever the examinee chose, whatever the master ordered him to do, he would do it. Rumble. Soon, the door slowly opened. Eteonyun looked back at Glazed Region Master and smiled. Very soon we will meet again. I will wait for you. Glazed Region Master nodded and watched as Eteonyun stepped into the portal. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. You have so many orbs, but you don't use them. Instead, you are stepping into a dangerous situation. Sir God Ice Sparrow shook his head, but he did not think much about it. Soon, he took 2 orbs, put them in, opened the door, and left. Finally, it was Glazed Region Master's turn. She opened the door of the 7 orbs and then stepped in. Everything quickly returned to its original state and returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the orbs were taken by the Honorable Spirit again. They could not take back the 10 orbs, so they could only return. The Honorable Spirit held the 10 lives orbs and slowly raised his head. This time, the speed of the restart is too fast. It is 10,000 years faster than before. Last time, it took 10,000 years. This time, it is over in just a few years. Then he raised his hand, and the 10 lives orbs disappeared in the air. The next moment, it appeared in the sky above the 4th level. Then it fell hard and created a big pit on the ground. At the same time, the cultivators immediately sensed the situation above and exclaimed, "A treasure has appeared! A treasure has appeared!" Chapter 1309. After Eteonyun stepped into the space-time door, he appeared in another world the very next moment. In this world, there was nothing around him. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. This feeling was extremely helpless. There was nothing around him, not even a point of reference. His whole body was in a special space of nothingness. There was nothing, and he didn't know where he was. Where exactly is this place? Eteonyun quickly spread out his spiritual consciousness to explore. However, his spiritual consciousness couldn't spread too far, as it was firmly sealed in the vicinity. He had just entered, but he didn't feel any dangerous aura. He was just tightly sealed in here, and everything was so quiet. His surroundings were too ordinary, and he didn't feel any danger. Is this what it feels like to have a narrow escape from death? Yi Tianyun looked around. This feeling of a narrow escape from death wasn't that real. When he felt that there was no danger, suddenly a murderous vibe came from all around him and penetrated him without hesitation. Yi Tianyun felt an extreme sense of danger behind him. If he didn't dodge, he would die immediately. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from his original position. With a teleportation, he escaped from that sense of danger. He quickly turned around and saw that it was empty. There was nothing there. It was as if everything was just an illusion. There's nothing there. Yi Tianyun's pupils shrank, and he shifted his gaze to the top. He used his spiritual consciousness to explore, but he couldn't find anything strange. It could even be said that even when he used the appraisal eye, he still couldn't find anything strange. That's strange. There's nothing there? Yi Tianyun frowned and wondered if it was an illusion. However, when he wanted to continue exploring, suddenly a murderous vibe came from behind him again. It came very quickly and very suddenly. This feeling was the same as before. It was terrifying. Immediately, his figure flashed and he disappeared from his original position. With another teleportation, he escaped from this area. Then, the murderous vibe disappeared again, and he turned around at an even faster speed. This time, he didn't use his spiritual consciousness, but used the appraisal eye to look around. Void Spirit has the ability to walk inside the void, can pass through the invisible. Ordinary spiritual sense cannot detect, can assassinate people invisibly. His cultivation was at God Monarch level 5, and he specialized in assassination. So it's the Void Spirit. There's actually such a thing. Yi Tianyun finally knew what it was. It turned out to be the Void Spirit. Void spirits were extremely rare, and they possessed a heaven-defying ability to walk within the void. This was equivalent to walking in another world, separated from the outside world by a layer of glass. The inside could see the outside, but the outside could not see the inside. This was the biggest difference between the two. It could be said that this was a heaven-defying ability that would cause most cultivators' expressions to change. He was simply the king of assassins. Unless one's spiritual sense was very heaven-defying, there was really no way to sense it. By the time they sensed it, they were already dead. The way to break it was actually very simple, and that was to break the void and shatter it. That way, the other party would be forced out. The void spirit was good at hiding. As long as the void was shattered, the other party would have nowhere to hide. This ability that it was so proud of would naturally be useless. The prerequisite was to have the power to shatter the void. Different regions of the void had different levels of firmness. The void here was a very strong void. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could shatter, as expected of the difficulty of 9 deaths and 1 life. It even gave out a void spirit, and the surrounding void is incomparably sturdy. The difference in cultivation is so great. If it was an ordinary cultivator who came in, he would definitely die. Yi Tianyun shook his head. No wonder it was called the difficulty of 9 deaths and 1 life. Just this alone was frighteningly difficult. However, everything was within his expectations. There was still some difficulty, but it did not exceed the scope of his expectations, especially the other party's cultivation. God Monarch level 5 was indeed heaven-defying, but it was not a half-step heavenly venerable or even a heavenly venerable. Just this point alone was not a problem. To others it was 9 deaths and 1 life, but to him it was 10 lives. Soon, this feeling attacked him again. Suddenly, It came from the side. This time, Tianyun did not dodge. Instead, he stood where he was, waiting for the killing intent to attack. He suddenly turned around, reached out, and stabbed the void. Clang! The sturdy void was like glass broken by his poke. Then, he grabbed the sharp longsword. However, his palm was unharmed. The sturdy evil Lord of Heaven set, and the dragon god bloodline provided him with terrifying defensive power, allowing him to easily grab the other party's longsword. Get out! Tianyun dragged the other party out. A phantom was dragged out by him. Before the other party could struggle, he smashed it down. With a dong, a large hole was punched through the other party's body. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere. Looking closely, this void spirit was like a phantom. However, if it was hit, it would still bleed continuously. Your strength. The void spirit was in disbelief. He never thought that he could be killed in a second under such circumstances. Not only was his cultivation much higher than the other parties, but he was also hiding in the extremely sturdy void. It really was a level of 9 deaths and 1 life. The difficulty could be said to be abnormal to the extreme, but he was still crushed by Tianyun. What's wrong with my strength? Tianyun rubbed his ears and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, every time you say this, you always talk about my strength. Don't you have anything else to say? The words were exactly the same. It could only be said that because the ending was the same, the topic was definitely the same. The void spirit turned around and wanted to escape, but how could he outrun him with his speed? Immediately, Tianyun quickly stepped over and crushed the void spirit with 1 foot. He didn't even bother to wait for the other party to escape, let alone let him go. For the time being, regardless of whether they are following orders or not, if he wants to pass this level, he must kill this guy. Ding, ding, successfully killed void spirit. Reward, 370 compressed EXP, 70 compressed crazy point, 50 compressed sin point. Reward, void bloodline, rare, void god art, low grade, heavenly Tao level martial art, void stone. Chapter 1310. So this is the difficulty of having a 90% chance of dying. It's really difficult. I wonder if there's a next stage. Tianyun didn't know if there was a next stage. After all, this stage was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If his cultivation was a little higher, he might be able to obtain even stronger void spirits. Of course, it might not be void spirits, but existences of other realms. At the very least, he felt that this level of difficulty was at a 90% chance of dying. If there was a next stage, it would be too much of a trap. While he was guessing, his surroundings changed rapidly. In the void, there was a long passage that led to an unknown place. Tianyun didn't think too much about it and directly walked forward. The passage under his feet was actually a stone path. There wasn't anything special about it. However, when he stood on it, he immediately felt that it was solid. It wasn't like the previous empty feeling, where he couldn't feel anything under his feet. Looks like the exit is up ahead. Tianyun continued to walk forward. Before he could walk far, the path in front of him was immediately cut off. The stone path under his feet had disappeared. There wasn't even a single brick. Just like before, there was only emptiness around him. However, there was a slight change this time. There was a door of light in front of him. It looked like an exit. He immediately flew towards the door of light. However, no matter how he flew, it was pointless. He couldn't get close to the door of light. Instead, the distance between him and the door was getting further and further. Spatial lock. I can't get close at all. Tianyun frowned. This kind of spatial lock was very normal. Unless one's cultivation was heaven-defying, there was no way to break it. Based on his current situation, There was no way he could break this spatial lock. Don't tell me I have to stay here forever? Tianyun looked around and finally shifted his gaze to the stone path behind him. He thought for a moment, then picked up the stone path from behind. I can really pick it up. It should be like this. Tianyun held the stone path in front of him. When he threw it forward, it floated in the air. It was the same as the stone path behind him. They were all neatly aligned without the slightest bit of crookedness. Following that, he picked up the stone slabs one by one, threw them out one by one, and walked forward step by step. Now, they could really get close to the door of light. They didn't expect this to be a test of their wits. If he didn't use his brain, he would be like a headless fly, flying around aimlessly. However, when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't that difficult. It was just a little troublesome. He had to pick up the stone slabs and lay them down one by one. It was really troublesome. Although it was troublesome, at least there was no sense of death. This test also tests comprehension. Tianyun was helpless. He laid down the stone slabs one by one and quickly walked to the light door. He lifted his foot and walked towards the light door, disappearing into the void. After Tianyun entered, the door of light quickly closed, and everything returned to normal. When he reappeared, he found himself in an open space. There were 3 stone tablets erected in front of him. 3 martial arts were written on them: Phantasmal Gold Divine Technique, Phantasmal Gold Void, and Phantasmal Gold Sky Absolute. Every single one of them was a high-tier Heaven's Path martial art, not an ordinary martial art. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the test of 9 deaths and 1 life. This is your reward. You can choose any martial art here. The figure of the venerable spirit flew out, still maintaining its smile. As the spirit of this place, the venerable spirit could naturally appear wherever it wanted. It could appear wherever it wanted. Everything was under his control. As long as they were inside the statue, he would be able to observe their every move. Nothing would escape his eyes. This is the reward. It looks quite generous. 1 orb can get you a high-grade Heavenly Path martial art. If you get 7 or 8 orbs, won't you get even better treasures? Although that was what Tianyun said, he still felt that it was a bit too much. The difficulty was so high, and it only gave 1 martial art. It wasn't easy to get the orbs, but to pass these tests, the difficulty was really scary. No, I was actually lying to you before. If you really get a good treasure, the fewer the orbs, the better. The higher the difficulty, the better the treasure. If you have more orbs, the difficulty will indeed be lower, but the treasure will be less, and the grade will be lower. The venerable spirit said, with a smile. Tianyun was startled. He didn't expect it to be a lie. It was obvious that it wanted them to fight and get more orbs, lower the difficulty, and get more treasures. But I don't think these rewards are that good for passing this test. Tianyun's face was stiff. A martial art was enough to make him go away? Ha ha ha, this is not good. Maybe you can only choose 1 martial art, but if you successfully cultivate any one of them, you can become the master's disciple. You can even become the master of this place and enjoy all the treasures. Do you think this reward is not good enough? The venerable spirit said, with a smile. The other examinees who obtained other martial arts will not get this special honor after cultivating. It should be said that they need to continue the test in order to get this opportunity. So, it is more difficult for those who obtain the orbs to be selected. Tianyun frowned. This was really a trap. It is not like that. It just needs to be tested a little more. Because of your comprehensive ability, you only need to cultivate this martial art and successfully reach the 3rd level. Then you can become a disciple. The venerable spirit threw out an extremely tempting reward. I can become a disciple after reaching the 3rd level. Is it that simple? Tianyan was surprised. It seemed that choosing one orb was not bad. The premise was that he could pass. If he could pass like this, then there was nothing to say. He was so fierce in fighting against those who were stronger than him. How could he not get a good reward? If this was not good, then what was good? This is not a simple thing. If you want to cultivate successfully, you need to go through a lot of training. But if you can even get the most basic, you will at least have the qualification to become a disciple. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. Tianyan nodded and did not say anything. Anyway, he just needed to choose one to cultivate. I will choose this golden phantasm divine art. Tianyan pointed to one of the martial arts and said, Golden phantasm divine art? Not bad. You have a good eye. This is the best martial art among the three. The Venerable Spirit waved its hand, and the other two stone tablets disappeared. Only the golden phantasm divine art was left. Now, you can sit here and cultivate. I hope you can understand this golden phantasm divine art as soon as possible. Chapter 13:11. Tianyan immediately sat down to meditate. To be exact, he was constantly probing and analyzing this heavenly Tao level martial art. Martial arts were more difficult to understand, but it wasn't difficult for him. It was just a matter of time before he could successfully understand it. The appraisal, I would analyze everything inside and out, and would be able to analyze everything that could be analyzed. This would allow him to better comprehend, and he wouldn't feel any discomfort. After a series of crazy analysis, he immediately succeeded in cultivating the first layer, and continued to cultivate the second layer. In a short week, he successfully understood the second level again. When he was ready to cultivate the third level, he realized he was stuck here. I knew the third level wouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, how could I become a personal disciple? Tianyan shook his head. He was completely stuck here when he cultivated to the third level. It wasn't that his analytical ability was too bad, but he needed a hard condition to continue cultivating. This hard condition was very simple. He had to cultivate the power of golden mirage and convert it into the power in his body. Only then could he cultivate to the third level. The first two levels didn't need this hard condition, so it was easy to cultivate. This was the same as when he cultivated to become a divine lord. He needed 3 planets. He hadn't reached it yet, mainly because it wasn't easy to find them to absorb. If he wanted to cultivate successfully, he had to have the power of golden mirage. Either he could cultivate it, or he had to forcefully cultivate it. The latter was undoubtedly the most difficult. The power of golden mirage wasn't easy to cultivate. First, his body had to lean towards the metal attribute. Only then could he cultivate it successfully. Fortunately, Tianyan's body didn't have to worry about this, so he could cultivate this attribute at will. If it was the glazed region lord, it would be too difficult. His body was originally of the water attribute. It wasn't a problem to forcefully cultivate the power of golden mirage, but it was too difficult to perfectly match it. But if he wanted to become a personal disciple, he had to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to the third level. Looks like I have to find a place to cultivate this power of golden mirage. Tianyan stood up. The venerated spirit stayed beside him and didn't choose to leave. Senior venerated spirit, can I go somewhere else to cultivate? There were so many places with dense mirage gold power here. Any one of them would be better than staying here. Yes, you can choose anywhere you want. You can go to most of the places in the 10,000 Gods Pagoda. The revered spirit waved its hand, and images appeared in front of him. This included the previous trial checkpoints, which could be repeated. However, the places they would go would be the same as before, and there would still be the same dangers. You can go to most places? Tianyan's eyes lit up. I wonder where my companion is now. He was more concerned about Lioli Region Master's current situation, and he didn't know if she had passed the test. She hasn't passed the test yet, but you can wait for her at the exit, the spirit explained. Still haven't passed the test. Tianyun frowned. It had been so long. Why hadn't he come out yet? Especially with 7 pearls, it shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, but don't worry. She's safe and won't be in any danger. I should say that she has passed the test, but she hasn't come out yet, the spirit said. I see. Tianyun nodded. If that was the case, she should be getting her reward, comprehending something, or doing something else. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, All right then, send me to her exit. The spirit did not say much. It waved its hand, and Tianyun disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in another area. When he appeared here, the surroundings were empty, and there was no danger. In front of him was a special passage that led to an unknown place. However, there was indeed no danger here. This was the exit, so naturally there wouldn't be any danger. Tianyun did not leave. He sat on the ground and began to check his loot. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the bloodline that he had recently obtained. 2 amazing bloodlines, both of which were excellent. Kuan-Peng bloodline and Void bloodline. Huh? Tianyun thought for a while, and immediately used it without hesitation. This thing was different from other bloodlines. It could provide him with a lot of help. Ding! Successfully used Kuan-Peng bloodline. Kuan-Peng bloodline. Level 1 can greatly enhance one's speed. Currently, it has increased one's speed by 100 times. At the same time, it can enlarge one's body and turn into a giant Kuan-Peng that soars in the sky. Ding! Successfully used Void bloodline. Void bloodline. Level 1 allows the user to enter the void. Different cultivation levels allow the user to enter different void worlds. At the same time, it has the power of the void. It can turn one's body into the void, rendering the opponent's attack ineffective. The effect increases as one's cultivation increases. He was very satisfied with the effects of the 2 bloodlines. At the same time, he was even more amazed by their effects. Kuan-Peng's power was very brutal. It was only at level 1, but it could increase one's speed by 100 times. If it was upgraded to the maximum level, wouldn't it explode? Void bloodline was also not bad. It could enter the void and render the opponent's attack ineffective. It was basically an effect of invincibility. However, there was definitely a limit. If there was a huge difference in cultivation between the opponent and the opponent, he could still be killed with 1 punch. This was the same as Tianyun before. Even if the opponent was a void spirit, he could still be killed with a single spear strike. As long as the level goes up, the effect will definitely be greatly improved. Let me see the experience. When he saw the required crazy point, he immediately took a deep breath. The next level of Kuan-Peng bloodline directly requires 3,000 crazy point. This is really crazy. Upgrading 1 level will cost a lot of crazy point. 3,000 crazy point, although I can afford it, but it will definitely be a lot later. Tianyun resisted the urge to upgrade. He now has a lot of crazy point, but he didn't dare to spend it casually. It's a few thousand at once. 2 levels, and it's less than 6,000. If he upgraded 1 or 2 more levels, he will have nothing left. He just waited for the time when he needed to upgrade. This is undoubtedly the best effect. Anyway, it's not difficult to upgrade, and he can use it immediately. I don't know if I will encounter another opponent who forced me to upgrade. Tianyun thought of the evil spirit domain lord. He was really forced to upgrade crazily before. Immediately after he was ready, he began to absorb the power of fantasy gold around here. The concentration here is not high. The main thing is that he can wait for Lu Li Domain Lord to come out. Chapter 1312. Yi Tianyun sat on the spot to absorb the power of the golden magic. It was not difficult. It could even be said to be relatively simple. As he absorbed crazily, his body was quickly filled with the power of the golden magic, which flowed throughout his body. His whole body began to glow with a faint golden color. However, this was different from condensing a core, which was only absorbed into the body and converted for his own use. To condense a core, it was very difficult. Usually, the fastest way was to absorb the core and convert it for his own use. Yi Tianyun was not condensing a core now. He just wanted to absorb it for his own use so that his body would have the power of the golden magic. When he wanted to continue absorbing, there was a sudden fluctuation. He quickly opened his eyes, revealing a strange smile. Then his figure flashed, and he entered the void. There was not a crack in the void. It looked very normal. Then a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. It was the Colored Glaze Region Master. After the Colored Glaze Region Master appeared, she looked energetic. There was nothing wrong with her. After coming out, she landed in this area. After looking around, she glanced at Yi Tianyun, but she did not find anything wrong with him. Yi Tianyun stayed in front of her, not moving at all. In the void, it was like he was separated by a layer of water. He could see the situation outside, but the situation inside was no different. It was just that this place was safer. It was like a special safe passage. For example, when it rained outside, there was no wind or rain in the void. He could even avoid some special attacks. Some were hard to avoid, such as attacks that could even tear the void. There was really no way to avoid them. She really can't find me. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He was only at the first level, but he could make a half-step celestial master unable to find him. Of course, it was mainly because he did not move. Without moving, his aura did not fluctuate, so he naturally would not attract the Colored Glaze Region Master's attention. After coming out, the Colored Glaze Region Master found a place to meditate. She seemed to be thinking about something. Then, she turned her head to look at the exit behind her. After a few more glances, she did not look anymore. She stayed where she was and meditated. Yi Tianyun tried to walk over step by step, completely concealing his aura. However, when he moved, Glazed Region Master suddenly opened her eyes and stared in his direction. It was obvious that she had felt a strange fluctuation. Although he had concealed his aura, there would still be fluctuations, especially when facing a half-step Empyrean. Unless his void bloodline's grade increased, a half-step Empyrean would still be able to discover his existence. This time, Yi Tianyun immediately stopped moving and stood in place. The Liuli Region Master looked at them suspiciously, and then obediently closed her eyes. She didn't feel anything unusual. Yi Tianyun smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had only discovered a little fluctuation. Since his spiritual awareness couldn't detect anything, the Colored Glaze Region Lord thought that it was an illusion. Yi Tianyun continued to take a few steps forward. Suddenly, Liuli Domain Lord attacked him, and the blue ribbon directly passed through the area where Yi Tianyun was. The reality was that it passed in front of Yi Tianyun and could not touch him at all. He was inside the void, not outside. After the attack, the Colored Glaze Region Master did not find who she had attacked. She wondered, strange, was it an illusion? She did not stop. Instead, she stared at the area where Yi Tianyun was. After staring for a long time, she fiercely threw out the blue ribbon in her hand. It turned into a long spear and pierced towards him. Dong! The void was directly pierced, and the attack was really coming towards Yi Tianyun. A cold light flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes. He quickly dodged to the side and stepped out of the void. Sister Glaze, wait, it's me. Etionyan smiled and walked out. When the Colored Glaze Region Master saw him, she was surprised and happy. Boy, you actually scared me. Have you passed? It's rare that I was worried about you. Who knew that you would play tricks on me? Ahem, I was just teasing you. I didn't mean anything else. Etionyan smiled. If you didn't mean anything else, then what did you mean? I was so worried about you, the Colored Glaze Region Master said with a straight face. Sister Glaze, I didn't do it on purpose. Etionyan scratched his head, awkwardly. He did not know what to say. Puffed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Who asked you to scare people? The Colored Glaze Region Master smiled. Speaking of which, what martial art was that? You could actually hide in the void. This reminds me of the void spirits. They have the ability to enter the void. You can also enter the void. It is really surprising. This is not a martial art. It is the ability of the void spirits. That is why I can enter the void. Etionyan said with a smile. You obtained the ability of the void spirits. The Colored Glaze Region Master covered her mouth in shock. Is this your reward for passing? You can say that. Etionyan could not say that it was from killing the void spirits. It was more appropriate to say that it was the reward here. This reward is amazing. How did you do it? Didn't they say that the fewer the orbs, the worse the reward? The Colored Glaze Region Master shook her head. Then Etionyan roughly explained what happened. After the Colored Glaze Region Master heard it, she said in shock, There is such a thing? It seems like it was all a lie. No wonder my reward was so ordinary. It was only a mid-rank Heaven's Path martial art. I thought that only 8 or 9 orbs or more would be able to get a better reward. It turns out that the fewer orbs, the better the reward. But my difficulty was not high. I passed it relatively easily. That's right. We were all lied to. Etionyan shrugged helplessly. While they were talking, the Zune spirit suddenly appeared and said with a smile, Congratulations on passing the test. Since you passed the test in the 7th stage, if you want to be selected as a direct disciple, you must first pass 2 stages before you can be selected. Etionyan's eyes narrowed. It was indeed a trap. He still needed to pass 2 more stages before he could be selected. He only needed to cultivate to the 3rd level, and he would be selected. The gap between the 2 was really not small. 2 stages? The Colored Glaze Region Master frowned. Yes, 2 stages. As for what it is, please go forward, and you will know. The spirit smiled at Etionyan and said, However, you cannot participate. You can go to that area, but you will be assigned to an independent space. You cannot interfere with each other or help each other. Chapter 13:13. Well, I thought that we could go together, but it seems that we can't. Etionyan felt helpless. It seemed that they couldn't go to the trial together. Don't worry. The next 2 levels won't be difficult for me. What are you worried about? Region Master Liuli smiled and said, Don't forget, I'm a half-step Heavenly Master, and a Region Master at that. If I can't handle this, then there's no need for me to be a Region Master. That's true. Sister Liuli can't be that bad. Etionyan smiled and said, although they couldn't go to the trial together, he believed that Region Master Liuli would definitely pass. If she couldn't even pass this, then she would be a disgrace to her title as a Region Master. After chatting for a while, Region Master Liuli walked forward. She didn't continue to stay there. Previously, she meditated here, not because it consumed too much energy, but because she wanted to see if she could wait for Etionyan to come. If it wasn't because she was waiting for Etionyan, she would have left long ago instead of waiting here. After Region Master Liuli left, Eteonyan thought for a while and asked, Senior Spirit, if I enter the other space and can force my way into the other space, will you drive me out? You can't force your way into other spaces. The spirit still maintained a faint smile. It was a smile full of confidence, as if everything was under its control. What if I can force my way in? Eteonyan narrowed his eyes and asked, I've said it before, you can't force your way into other spaces. If you can really force your way in, then we won't kick you out and let you do whatever you want in that space. As for the danger, we won't make any guarantees. The venerable spirit kept smiling, especially the first half of the sentence. It could be said that it was resolute. In its opinion, Eteonyan couldn't break his master's seal, so it had absolute confidence. Tool spirits were different from phantom spirits. They had their own personality and wisdom, and they could judge the situation by themselves. Now, it was certain that Eteonyan couldn't break it, even if it was a narrow escape. All right, thank you for your reminder. Senior Zunling, Eteonyan smiled and walked forward. If he went out from here, he would definitely go to the area where Glaze Region Master went. However, after he went in, he would still be separated, and the two of them would not be able to meet. Eteonyan didn't care about that. He just wanted to see if he could pass through it. That way, the two of them could pass through the trial together. At the same time, he wanted to see if his void bloodline had such an effect. After passing through a long passageway, Xiao Chun arrived before a door of light. After stepping through the door, he saw mountains of gold. Once again, he arrived in a world filled with gold. This was a very simple mountain of gold. There were countless golden forests on them, and the stones under their feet were all golden. Actually, they were all formed by the power of illusory gold. It looked like a golden world. However, the pure golden world did not seem dangerous at all. He strolled along the way without any danger. Everything was so normal. It was as if he was walking in his own backyard. There was no sense of danger at all. It seems that after being recognized, there won't be any dangerous tests. It's dangerous enough to be able to fight so many people above my level. Eteonyan now understood what the Zunling had said. If he trespassed into another's area, he would have to go through layers of trials just like them. If he stayed in his own area, it would be extremely safe, and there would be no danger at all. Here, it was like a paradise for cultivating the power of illusory gold. He could cultivate as he wished, and there would be no danger. No wonder he was allowed to choose any location. It was extremely safe. If he went to other places, he would absorb the power of illusory gold, and there would be no danger. Let me see if I can pass through it and have a trial with Sister Glaze. Eteonyan wanted to go through the trial with Glaze Region Master. It would be best if both of them could achieve their goals. That way, they would be able to obtain greater benefits. He had successfully cultivated the third level, but he had only reached the level of a direct disciple. It did not guarantee that he would become the master of this place. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to pass through safely with Glaze Region Master. As he probed along the way, he realized that this place seemed to be endless, and he could not see any flaws. Everything was so natural. If spiritual senses could see flaws, the Zunling would have been starving a long time ago. Then his silhouette flashed, and he wanted to enter the void. At this moment, he realized that he could not enter at all. He was stuck outside. I can't get in. It really is a sealed space. Eteonyan was not surprised. If he could enter like this, then he would be dreaming. It seems that I have to upgrade it. The effect of the bloodline of the void is not bad. The bloodline of the void focused on assassination, and it could also hide. It was comparable to a special skill of invisibility. It could even be said to be more useful than invisibility. Invisibility meant escaping. This allowed him to enter the void and evade attacks. It was definitely a type of bloodline that had reached great success. The bloodline of the Kuanping could only be upgraded next time. Now, he just wanted to try and see if he could pass through these sealed spaces. It seemed to be a waste, but it was also a test. In the future, no matter who sealed him, as long as he has this shuttle ability, he can easily slip away and not fear any sealed space. Upgrade the bloodline of the void. Tianyun immediately chose to upgrade the bloodline of the void, and in an instant, 3,000 crazy compression points were deducted. It can be said that a large amount of crazy point was deducted. If he hadn't killed many evil spirit race, he really wouldn't have so many crazy points to deduct. Ding! Successfully upgraded the bloodline of the void to level 2. The effect increased by 10 times. Can travel through stronger void and can resist stronger attacks according to the user's cultivation. The next level requires 8,000 crazy compression points. All of a sudden, he lost a lot of crazy compression points, but the effect has increased by 10 times. He suddenly felt that his bloodline of the void is much stronger. As expected of a level 1, it already needs so many crazy points. Let me travel. Tianyun's figure floated, and he actually forcibly tore the space and immediately drilled into the void. Sure enough, after the upgrade, even if it is the seal of the heavenly venerables, he can still enter. To be exact, it should be the seal of the tool spirit. After all, it is operated by the tool spirit. After the upgrade, he can finally go in. After entering, he felt that everything was different. It made him feel like he was in a mezzanine. Looking around, he saw dozens of spaces superimposed together. In each space, there are different cultivators, constantly in the trial. There is no doubt that he can now travel through any space and enter the domain where they are. Chapter 13-14. As soon as he entered the void mezzanine, Tianyun was able to observe everything as if he was the master of the void mezzanine, and he could see everything clearly. This level up was not in vain. When Tianyun saw this scene, he felt that all his efforts were not in vain. This meant that he could go to other worlds and travel through this void illusion. When that time came, taking the treasures would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. When he wanted to continue moving forward, the spirit suddenly came in from the void. This was the territory of the spirit. If it wanted to come in, it could. It was not difficult at all. What void? It was an area under its control. No one could escape from its control. You can break through the void and come in. Finally, Tianyun saw a different venerable spirit, and he was shocked by himself. If it was a phantom spirit, he wouldn't be shocked at all. They did not have intelligence, unlike weapon spirits that had their own consciousness. Therefore, the spirit was really shocked. It was very sure that Tianyun would not enter other areas. Now, not only could he enter other areas, but he could also enter other places. It could be said that it was a heavy slap to the spirit's face. Senior Spirit, I wonder if I can go in as I please? Tianyun responded with a faint smile. It was the same smile as the spirit before, as if he was imitating its calmness. Senior Spirit, you have said that as long as I can enter other spaces, you will not disturb me. After the spirit looked at him, for a while, it smiled again. I have said this before. You can go to any space as you please. I will not stop you. Correspondingly, the dangers in other spaces are not something I can remove. Think about it yourself. After the spirit finished speaking, it disappeared into the void. It did not stop Tianyun. What it had said before, it would naturally fulfill it. It would not go back on its words. After the spirit left, Tianyun let out a sigh of relief. If the spirit went back on its words, it would not be strange. Fortunately, it would not go back on its words. It was just traveling through other spaces. It was not a serious matter. However, doing so would indeed disrupt the situation here. Originally, they could only clear the stages alone. Now, they could clear the stages together. Naturally, they were disrupting the order of this place. Fortunately, the Honorable Spirit didn't have such thoughts. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Tianyun immediately scanned the area, and soon the area where the glazed region lord was located appeared in his line of sight. There were countless golden men around the glazed region master, and they attacked him. Regardless of whether it was a rock, a tree, or the golden grass on the side of the road, they would all transform into a golden man and pounce on him. These golden men were of different sizes, and all of them were attacking fiercely. Every golden man's cultivation was at the late-stage god-monarch realm. Their cultivations were not as good as the glazed region masters, but their numbers were astonishing. They swarmed forward and attacked, causing the region master to fall into a bitter battle. The main reason was that there were simply too many of them. They had to madly defend themselves, and it seemed like it would take a long time for them to reach the end. According to the rules of this stage, one had to stay here for a month to be considered to have passed. Under the frenzied siege of so many golden men, one had to persevere for a month. The difficulty of this was really abnormal. Not only the glazed region master, but the other trial takers were also in the same situation. They were all surrounded by countless golden men, and they were constantly in a bitter battle. The most terrifying thing was that huge mountains suddenly stood up and transformed into a huge golden man that slammed down, wanting to flatten the trial takers. The trials that these trial takers had to go through were all the same. It seemed that there were quite a number of people who really came here. There were still quite a number of other cultivators who stayed here. He thought that there should be quite a number of cultivators who stayed in other areas. It was impossible for there to be so few people choosing disciples. They were just one of the groups. Since the pearl had been taken away, a new group of people would definitely be selected. There was no need to worry that there would be no cultivators coming here. They could feel the stronger celestial venerate power here. How could there be no strong cultivators coming here? This was just like the original god slaying pagoda. It was densely packed with people. As long as there were benefits, no matter how dangerous it was, there would be bold, strong cultivators coming here. It was impossible to have more opportunities without danger. It's really a different scene. Tianyun turned his attention back to the glazed region master to see what her current situation was. The blue ribbon in the glazed region master's hand was constantly waving, and there was no pressure at all. She constantly sent the golden men flying out. It was not necessary to kill them. As long as she persisted for a month, she would succeed. As expected of Sister Glazed, her overall strength is strong enough. It seems that this level is not difficult for her at all. Tianyun did not go out to help. Everyone had their own pride, especially this kind of superior strong cultivator. If he forced himself to come in and help without too much pressure, it would be an insult to her. Therefore, Tianyun was not in a hurry to go out to help. He came in to try to see if he could break through the void, and also to cultivate. In this void mezzanine, he could feel more power of magic gold. The intensity was several times stronger than in the void mezzanine alone. Cultivating here was undoubtedly the best choice. He immediately sat down to meditate and quickly extracted the power of magic gold here to speed up his metal attribute physique. Only then could he cultivate the third level of the magic gold divine art. However, it was still too slow. It would take a lot of time to strengthen his physique. Too slow. It would be good if I could go faster. Tianyun shook his head. When he wanted to continue cultivating, he suddenly felt a burst of special fluctuations coming from the glazed region master side, causing him to quickly open his eyes. He saw that the glazed region master was surrounded by several giant golden men, each with the power of a half-step heavenly venerable. This time, the glazed region master was completely surrounded, and she could not escape even if she wanted to. Boom! A trial taker on the side was smashed into pieces by this giant golden man. The terrifying combat power of the golden men was definitely off the charts. They were smashed to death just by facing one. The glazed region master had to face several of them, which made the difficulty much higher. Even if she is a half-step heavenly venerable, isn't it a little too difficult to face so many of them at once? Tianyun frowned. He felt that everything was so strange, something was wrong, and suddenly he thought of the venerable spirit. Is it possible that the venerable spirit deliberately increased the difficulty so that I could attack him? Chapter 13:15. Could it be that my participation has increased the difficulty for Sister Azure Glaze? What exactly is this spirit thinking? Tianyun frowned. He had not planned to join the battle, but now it seemed that if he did not join the battle, Azure Region Master's situation would become more and more dangerous. In the end, she would end up like the other challengers, being slapped to death by these golden men. Azure Region Master's attack was very powerful, but these golden men could be said to be immortal and could not hold on for too long. In particular, there were several terrifying golden men. Their towering bodies covered the area, and they could cover a large area with just a stretch of their hands. There was no way to avoid them easily. As the pressure increased, the glazed region lord was forced into a perilous situation and was almost hit by the attack. Boom! While Tianyun was thinking, the golden men had already landed a heavy punch and sent Azure Region Master flying. Fortunately, Azure Region Master was only sent flying by the force of the vibration and was not hit. Even so, she was at a disadvantage. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and it seemed that she was slightly injured. She was not hit, but under the violent vibration, she would still be injured. Looks like I can only give it my all. Azure Region Master wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth, and her eyes glowed with a faint blue light. She was ready to explode. If she used all her strength, she would definitely cause some damage to herself, but that was all she could do for now. Immediately, her body flashed with a dazzling blue light, and she turned into a water god. Just like before, she had the ultimate power of the water god. The blue ribbon in her hand instantly spread out. At this time, it was no longer like a ribbon, but a thick wave, bombarding out wave after wave. The power increased by several times. Under this crazy attack, the surrounding golden men were sent flying, taking advantage of this gap. Azure Region Master quickly escaped from their encirclement and quickly escaped to the side. Her attack was very strong, but the opponent had an immortal body. Even under a heavy blow, a large part of her body would be dented at most. She would quickly recover, and there would be no difference from before. This was the most terrifying thing. What she needed now was to maintain her state and not fight with them. It was not worth it at all. The requirement to pass was to persevere, not to kill these golden men. Moreover, even if he wanted to kill it, he wouldn't be able to. It really belonged to the indestructible category. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill them, but she simply couldn't, or she would need a lot of strength to kill them. However, there was no end to them. Killing them was useless. Boom! At this time, several statues suddenly appeared from the golden mountain in front of them. Such a huge creature once again blocked the path of the glazed region lord. The colored glazed region lord was completely blocked. Not only were there golden men blocking her from the front, but there were also people blocking her from the back. This place was completely blocked, and there was no way out at all. Looks like I can only go all out. She did not feel that anything was wrong. She only felt that the difficulty was increasing. Perhaps this was a test for her. There was no such thing as surrender here. It was either pass or die here. Immediately after, Glazed Regent Master exerted all her strength to launch a fierce attack. She threw out one move after another, blasting away the pile of golden men. However, every time he was sent flying, the other party would pounce on him again. It was as if he was fighting for nothing. For these golden men, there was no pain and no fear. Therefore, they were not afraid, no matter how crazy they were. Just when she wanted to go all out and fight until the end, a light figure pierced through the sky and hit the huge golden man fiercely, accompanied by a loud noise. This golden man had a hole pierced through. Then, with a fierce sweep, the golden man was directly sent flying. The golden man did not die, but, at least for a short period of time, he would not be able to get up. "Sister Glazed, let me help you." The one who came out was naturally Itianyun. Now that things had come to this, he could only quickly kill his way out. At present, Glazed Region Lord could still resist. If he waited until she was exhausted before coming out, it would really be too late. This kind of transformation into the power of the water god required too much strength. Therefore, it was best to quickly come to help and not wait until she was exhausted before coming in. At that time, she would not have any fighting strength. Now that the two of them were fighting side by side, there was still hope that they could continue. When Tianyun fought alone, it would be much more difficult. "Why did you come in?" Glazed Region Lord was stunned. Didn't they say before that he could not enter their space at will? How could he come in now? "It's a long story. Let's escape first." Tianyun hugged Glazed Region Lord. Under the double superposition of the Kuan Peng bloodline and the Phoenix bloodline, he directly turned into a light figure and disappeared on the spot, shaking off the golden men that were rushing over. With the double speed bloodline, even these golden men could not catch up to him at all. Relying on this speed alone, it had already put him in an invincible position. Glazed Region Lord's speed was not as fast as his, so she could not easily avoid these golden men. Now, it was different. With Tianyun, to save the situation, she would definitely be able to avoid everything. After killing his way in a distant corner, the venerable spirit flew in the air and stared at this side. "Finally, let me see how high your potential is." The higher the potential, the more valuable. Everything was led by him. Tianyun did not guess wrong. It should be said that there should be no need to guess. Tianyun had already seen it. There were so many cultivators here, but Glazed Region Lord was being attacked crazily. It was impossible to say that it was not aimed at him. After Tianyun came in, he quickly ran away with Glazed Region Lord, but the next scene became more and more terrifying. Everything around them started to move. Originally, there was a fixed batch of golden men. Now, all the areas started to boil. Piles of golden men appeared and surrounded them. There are more and more of these golden men. This venerable spirit is simply trying to kill us. Tianyun was a little annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't bring people into the void, he would have already escaped with Glazed Domain Lord. Only he could enter the void, and the others could not be brought in. How do you want to kill us? Is this the difficulty of the venerable spirit? Glazed Region Lord was confused and did not know what was going on. "Yes, I have the ability to enter the void, so after I followed you in, I was able to pass through the seal and come to your side. At the same time, I saw many cultivators who were trial takers like you, but they did not receive this treatment. It was a very normal trial. This is clearly to make things difficult for us and increase the difficulty of the trial." Tianyun said helplessly, "In this case, it is my fault. These were all caused by him, So naturally, it was his fault. This is really your fault, but it doesn't matter. Your punishment is to escape with me and hold on for a month. Glazed Region Lord was not angry at all. Tianyan came over to help her. Chapter 1316. Tianyan took Lioli Domain Lord and fled quickly, but facing the golden golems all around him made him feel a headache. His speed is very fast, but if the countless golden golems turn into a wall, he can't pass through it. Replace Divine Sword Supreme set. Tianyan immediately transformed into Divine Sword Supreme state, reached out to the void, and tens of thousands of reincarnation level-long swords instantly flew out from the storage ring, turned into an extreme sword array, and quickly scattered around. Explode. After the dense sword array penetrated out, it directly exploded in the center of the golden golems. Tens of thousands of reincarnation level-long swords exploded. That kind of feeling can be imagined. The terrifying explosion directly released the full power. This is a killing formation. Boom! A strong explosion erupted in the middle of the group of golden men, directly blasting them into golden powder that drifted in all directions. Even though they had immortal bodies, they were not truly immortal. As long as they were strong enough, they could still be killed. Ding! Successfully killed Golden Golem. God Monarch 7th level. Obtained 25 compressed EXP, 10 compressed Crazy Point. At the same time, obtained Power of Golden Magic Crystal. Ding! Successfully killed Golden Golem. God Monarch 6th level. Obtained 24 compressed EXP, 10 compressed Crazy Point. Obtained Power of Golden Magic Crystal. Ding! Successfully killed Golden Golem. All of a sudden, hundreds of sturdy golden golems were blown into powder, a lot of experience swept over. This is the value that can only be achieved by stacking 64 times Crazy Experience mode. It is enough to see that the experience of this golden golem is too low, but at least it is still a lot. If it was a real God Monarch cultivator, the experience gained would be terrifying. However, it is a bunch of golden golems. It is good to have a little experience. This was similar to the phantom he had killed before. The experience he gained was pitifully small. It was practically a symbolic point of experience, and it wouldn't seem so shabby. Under this explosion, the experience gained is not small. Some of the golden golems were blown to pieces, but because they did not die, naturally they will not get any experience. At least under this explosion, it can make a gap, allowing Tianyan to quickly fly over with Lioli Domain Lord. However, after the explosion, many of the gold men quickly recovered, and some of them directly emerged from the ground. Everything was endless. If the EXP algorithm was the same as before, then it would be crazy to earn money. At that time, no one would be able to drag him away. He would definitely earn a huge sum of money here. Right now, the EXP wasn't low, but the price he had to pay was too high. Tens of thousands of divine swords have been blown up, but only a hole has been blown up. These guys are too hard. Tianyan shook his head. In the explosion just now, at least tens of thousands of golden men were affected. In reality, only a small portion of them could be killed, which was a few hundred golden men. It was a pitiful number. Most of them were in a mess. Some of them only had their heads left, so they couldn't be considered dead. As for the remaining heads, the surrounding golden soil quickly gathered around them and restored their bodies. There was no pressure at all for them to regrow their heads. After being reborn, he continued to rush over, wanting to kill Tianyan. What a strong power! Region Master Colored Glaze didn't think so. Such a strong attack had already exceeded her by a lot. It was definitely comparable to the power of a true heavenly venerable. The huge golden man on the side had lost more than half of its body after this explosion, but it still didn't die. Instead, it quickly healed. The strong recovery ability gave them a headache. The honored spirit, who had been staring at this side, was taken aback. It was frightened by this scene. What a strong power. It's already comparable to a true heavenly venerable. What kind of move is this? How can it be so powerful? The honored spirit was just an artifact spirit. Naturally, it couldn't see what was going on, let alone know what kind of move it was. Now, it was constantly controlling the golden men and quickly recovering. The power of magical gold around it was mobilized to heal these golden men. It had been here for so long, but this was the first time it had seen such terrifying power. It wasn't that this power was extremely terrifying, but the power that erupted from Eteonyun didn't match his cultivation at all. How could a powerhouse from the Lord of Heaven explode with the power of a heavenly venerable? This puzzled the honored spirit and made him wonder if he had made a wrong judgment. However, based on his experience and judgment, it was impossible for him to make a wrong judgment. The Eteonyun in front of him, indeed, only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. However, the cultivation that erupted was beyond his common sense. He had seen countless powerhouses and countless geniuses barging in here, but this was definitely the first time he had seen such an existence. Eteonyun couldn't be bothered with the situation here. He quickly fled forward with Lioli Region Master and released tens of thousands of reincarnation-grade divine swords again. These were all plundered from the evil spirit celestial realm. They were simply weapons that could be found on the streets. After releasing them, he began to harvest them crazily. This time, it wasn't like before, where he needed to explode crazily to break through this golden iron wall. He just needed to continuously harvest the golden men that pounced on him. Before they could even get close, they were cut into countless pieces by these tens of thousands of divine swords. Of course, he needed to cut a lot of swords to be able to cut them into several pieces. These guys were too tough. Each of their physiques was at the level of a superior grade reincarnation grade weapon. There were even inferior grade, heavenly Tao grade weapons. Therefore, it was very difficult to cut them. He needed to attack a few more times. Fortunately, he had a lot of them. Although the other party had many golden men, could they compare to his densely packed divine swords? After he transformed into Sword God, he could control 100,000 reincarnation-grade divine swords at the same time, which was enough to slaughter his way through. Clang, clang, clang. These weapons continued to be swung around, and over time, they broke by themselves. After breaking, they would quickly be replenished. He could still maintain the 100,000 divine swords and continue to harvest the many golden puppets. What a powerful move! To be able to control so many divine swords, it requires very strong mental control. Why didn't I know that you were so strong before? This is simply beyond many geniuses. Lioli Region Master was stunned. Eteonyun was a true legend. He could control many divine swords and kill enemies from thousands of miles away. Under his crazy harvesting, the golden puppets couldn't get close. Based on this situation, he would definitely be able to last for a month. There are too many things you don't know. This is only a small part of me. Eteonyun smiled. Good. Then I want to see what surprises my junior brother Tianyun can continue to give me. Lioli Region Master smiled, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 1317. Eteonyun took Luli Domain Lord and shuttled back and forth, easily killing many golden puppets. Even if he can't kill them, he can at least block them outside and not let them get close to them. Judging from the current situation, there is no problem. After watching for a while, the venerable spirit finally chose to give up. The surrounding golden puppets began to soften into piles of golden sand, and no longer solidified. It means that it has given up on making things difficult for Eteonyun. After all, there is no pressure to continue to make things difficult for Eteonyun. Eteonyun has amazing speed. and with the protection of many divine swords, he is already in an invincible position. Unless he increases his strength and attacks crazily, if that is the case, it will be considered as exceeding the limit and not in line with the assessment content. Tianyan also saw that the number of golden puppets did not increase, but began to collapse rapidly, which means that they have successfully passed this level. This venerable spirit is no longer making things difficult for us. It seems that we are going to win. Tianyan smiled. Even the venerable spirit can't stop them. Although a lot of golden puppets disappeared, they still retained the most basic value. No more and no less, the number of golden puppets is the same as the beginning. This is the real trial. There is no need for Tianyan's help. Luli Domain Lord can easily solve it. This time, Tianyan was finally able to put the Azure Glaze Domain Lord down, instead of holding her all the time. He also thought that men and women should not touch each other. Seeing that Luli Domain Lord is not displeased, his heart is relieved. Next, Tianyan did not stay idle. He used 100,000 divine swords to madly attack, especially those golden puppets that are transformed from a mountain, again and again fiercely attacked, smashing them. Luli Domain Lord thought that Tianyan is venting his dissatisfaction with the venerable spirit. That's why he continued to attack. He is indeed extremely dissatisfied with the venerable spirit, but he will not go crazy at will. He is taking advantage of this gap to earn more experience and crazy point. Every little bit counts, so he did not stop. Luli Domain Lord also did not stop. He attacked fiercely from the side. This way he can continue. As time passed quickly, in a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In just a month, the surrounding golden puppets instantly collapsed. Everything turned into golden powder and drifted around. Everything returned to normal, exactly the same as when they first came. At this time, a path began to appear in front of them, leading to another area of light. Past, let's go. Tianyan nodded to Luli Domain Lord and walked forward together with Luli Domain Lord, disappearing completely from this world. When they reappeared, they appeared in another spacious space. There was nothing inside, just an empty space. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. However, according to the rules, only you have passed the trial. The Zun spirit pointed at the colored glaze region lord. Lu and Tianyan said, and Ili Tianyan is Li Domain Lord. And said Ili, and back, and forth. You passed the test. This is your reward. Choose it yourself. The venerable spirit waved its hand. 3 treasures floated in front of Luli Domain Lord. Generally, they are high-grade Heaven's Path treasures. It can be said that they are very good treasures, extremely tempting. Immediately, Luli Domain Lord quickly chose the treasure that suits him. Next, you have a trial. As long as you pass the last trial, you can become a personal disciple. The venerable spirit said with a smile. But this time, you cannot interfere. If you interfere, then her trial will be regarded as a failure. The venerable spirit is finally not confident enough. It cannot guarantee that Tianyan will not interfere. If that happens, is this still a trial? There is no need to do anything. Senior Venerable Spirit, did you increase the difficulty before? Tianyan asked without hesitation. This is very uncomfortable for him. Yes, I increased the difficulty. It is because you broke the rules that I increased the difficulty. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile, What? Didn't you say before that there is no problem even if you enter other people's space? Tianyan frowned. There is no problem. It does not mean that I cannot increase the difficulty. The Venerable Spirit's answer made Tianyan do not know how to refute. This is other people's territory. He can increase the difficulty however he wants. This is really not wrong. He did not go back on his words. He just increased the difficulty. Tianyan frowned. He did not say much. This is other people's territory. It is useless to say more. But this is also a trial for you. There is no reward, but I can arrange an excellent training place for you. It can speed up your absorption of the power of magic gold so that you will be many times faster than her, the venerable spirit said with a smile. Lu Li Domain Lord is also absorbing the power of magic gold. She is unknowingly absorbing more power of magic gold as she passes through the trial. If she wants to enter the next trial, or if she wants to stay in the next trial, she must absorb more power of magic gold. This means that her body has been mixed with the power of magic gold. It seems that there is no problem for the time being. If that's the case, Tianyan nodded and said, "All right, then arrange for me to go to that place." Since he can't help, he can only go to that place to train and quickly train up the level. Then he can become a personal disciple. Sister Lu Li, you have to work hard in the next checkpoint. Tianyan encouraged her. Isn't that for sure? Maybe I will become a personal disciple faster than you. Lu Li Domain Lord smiled and said, "This time I will compete with you and see who is faster." Of course, I am faster. I only need to train for a while, and I will reach the standard. Tianyan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then compete. If I become a personal disciple first, then you will lose. Otherwise, I will lose." Lu Li Domain Lord smiled and said, "No problem. Speaking of which, if I lose, what is the punishment?" Tianyan asked. "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait for the results to come out. Then I will think about the punishment." Lu Li Domain Lord smiled at him, then turned around and walked to the last trial. She didn't consume any energy, so she can enter the next trial at any time, so there is no need to stay there. After Lu Li Domain Lord left, Tianyan turned to look at the Venerable Spirit and said, "Venerable Spirit, I am ready. I can go to the place you mentioned at any time." The Venerable Spirit nodded and waved its hand. A ray of light shrouded Tianyan, and he disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a flat place. There is nothing here, only a field of golden sand. Chapter 13:18. As expected of a special cultivation place, the illusory gold power is dozens of times stronger than other places. Most importantly, there is an illusory gold core here. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that there was an illusory gold core underground. A huge illusory gold core could provide more illusory gold power. This was beyond doubt. No wonder the God Spirit said that the cultivation environment here was excellent. Now it seemed that it was absolutely the best. There was even an illusory gold core here, not to mention its effect. Tianyan probed a little and could feel that the illusory gold core below was extremely huge. It was at least equivalent to a fourth-grade core. It was far better than the cores he had seen before. The cores he had seen before were of the first or second grade, and the highest was of the third grade. It was definitely the first time that he saw a fourth-grade core. A fourth-grade core was very huge, but it was not many times bigger than a third-grade core. It was just a little bigger. The key was that the power contained in it was many times stronger than before. This was the effect of a high-grade core. It was not that the bigger, the better. The level of the energy inside was the most important. Illusory gold core? It seems that I can cultivate another one. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. He now had 3 cores in his body. What if he condensed 4? Compared to the thunder attribute core, the metal attribute core was not bad. So far, there was no thunder attribute core for him to absorb, but he could absorb the metal attribute core. It would still be enough for him to absorb 3 planets. He just needed to put down the thunder attribute core temporarily. There would be no problem if he did not continue to expand it. Of course, even if he expanded it, it would not be a problem. It would not conflict too much with the other attributes, and it would have a mutual enhancement effect. In this way, the power would be increased. But now he could only absorb the metal attribute core, so how could he waste it? Immediately, he began to absorb the surrounding core energy crazily and quickly condensed the illusory gold core in his body, which was the high-level metal attribute energy. Under the crazy condensation, the surrounding illusory gold power rushed into his body and condensed into a core in his body at an extremely fast speed. This speed shocked the god spirit, who was observing from the side. What a strong suction force! If this continues, it should not be a problem for him to cultivate successfully. Looking at Tianyun, who was meditating below, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Tianyun didn't know what King Spirit was planning, but he wanted to absorb the fantasy gold power to form a planet with a fantasy gold core. This way, he would be able to achieve his goal and break through to the divine monarch realm. When the Lord of Heaven broke through to the divine Lord realm, he could even casually crush a half-step Empyrean. As for Empyrean powerhouses, he had the strength to fight. Moreover, after he broke through to the monarch god level, he would still have a lot of experience points to level up. When the time came, he would be able to reach the middle stage or late stage of reach. That would be an absolute crushing victory. When the time came, he would charge into the evil spirit divine realm again. At that time, even the evil spirit divine realm master would be trampled under his feet. Under the rapid absorption, the core power in his body grew stronger and stronger, and the condensed core grew larger and larger. He continued to extract more core energy from the illusory gold core, as if it didn't cost him anything. Anyway, since Zun Ling wanted him to cultivate here, how could he be polite? Basically, he was crazily extracting energy without holding back. He couldn't wait to empty the illusory gold core. He really wanted to move away, but if he really did, he would definitely be cut into pieces. Since King Spirit was watching, unless he was 100% sure that he could escape, he wouldn't dare to do so. Under the rapid condensation, the core in his body grew larger and larger. Soon, it began to condense a huge planet, and it grew larger and larger. Compared to when he wanted to condense a lightning planet, it was much faster. The two were not on the same level. As time passed, the planet in Tianyun's body grew larger and larger. Golden clouds, golden earth, and golden mountains. Everything was golden. It looked very beautiful. It was a golden planet. Everything was going according to his pace. If this continued, the third planet would be perfectly condensed. Especially when metal was born of water, it just so happened that it corresponded to his water planet. Everything was going smoothly. After a few months of absorption, Tianyun finally condensed the third planet. The huge illusory gold planet was far more eye-catching than the other two planets. In fact, this was related to the level of energy. This was the illusory gold force. The rest were all condensed from first-grade cores. At most, they were second-grade cores. The difference between them could be imagined. It's finally condensed. It's really difficult. In these few months, Tianyun had only condensed the planet. He didn't do anything else. Comprehending the third level was thrown aside. The most important thing was to condense the planet. As long as the condensation was successful, the rest would be easy. It's almost time. I'm ready to cultivate the third level. With this illusory gold planet, the third level is easy. Tianyun smiled. Originally, he wanted the illusory gold force constitution. Now, he even had the illusory gold planet, which far surpassed the illusory gold force constitution. Immediately, he raised his head and asked, "Senior King Spirit, did my friend pass the trial? You should be able to answer this question, right?" He had been here for a few months. He didn't know if the Glazed Domain Lord had passed. She didn't pass the trial. King Spirit said simply. She didn't pass. It seems that the difficulty of the last level is quite high. Etionia nodded. Sure enough, it was the last level. He just hoped that there wouldn't be any danger. Then send me back to comprehend the stone tablet. I think I should be able to comprehend it. Etionia said. Good. King Spirit's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Then King Spirit waved his hand, and Etionia disappeared. He looked up and saw the stone tablet of the illusory gold divine technique. If he wanted to comprehend it, he had to return. Only by comprehending it could he use it. It was useless to forcibly remember it. Then he didn't think much, and immediately began to comprehend the third level. With the support of the illusory gold planet, the analysis speed was quite amazing. Almost immediately, he analyzed 10% of it. It wouldn't take more than a day to analyze all of it. After a few hours, Etionia suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden light burst out from his eyes. Finally, I succeeded in cultivating. He turned his head to look at King Spirit and said, Senior King Spirit, I have successfully cultivated the third level. Chapter 1319. Yes, I have successfully cultivated the third level of the gold phantasmal divine incantation. I can test it now. Etionia stood up. He did not feel any excitement in his heart. This was a natural result. To him, cultivation was not difficult. He just needed to spend a little more time. He did not expect that not only would he succeed in cultivating it, but he would also be able to condense the gold planet. What a pleasant surprise. Okay. The spirit flew down and said, Attack me with the third level of the gold phantasmal divine incantation now. Let's see how powerful it is. Etionia nodded. Without hesitation, he operated the gold planet in his body. The power of the gold phantasmal divine incantation quickly poured out and filled his body. In an instant, a faint layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. Gold phantasmal divine incantation. Star breaker. Etionia's eyes flashed with golden light. He aimed at the spirit and made a move. His bare hand turned into a sharp blade, and he simply swung it down. The surrounding void was almost split into 2 halves. At the same time, under the slash, the golden light slashed towards the venerable spirit, sweeping all the way. This move was very simple. It looked like a simple strike of light. In fact, when it was about to touch the spirit, the light suddenly turned into countless rays of light and spread out, covering the spirit in an instant. It was as if countless stars had wrapped around the spirit, leaving it no chance to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the countless stars exploded in an instant. If not for the stability of the space here, the void would have been blown up. This terrifying move was enough to increase his strength by 20 to 30 times. This was the power of an upper-grade, heavenly path martial art. It was only the third level. The further one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. However, he was less interested in this aspect. Ever since he obtained so many martial arts from the vast Sky Sovereign, he was no longer interested in upper-grade, heavenly path martial arts. Not bad. You have successfully cultivated to the third level. The spirit floated out, intact and unharmed. The power of these attacks was not bad, but it was too weak for him. It was like an itch. Now, I can become a personal disciple, right? Etionia smiled faintly. Of course. You can come with me now. The venerable spirit was excited. It waved its hand, and a big hole appeared in front of it. This way, please. He gestured for Etionia to walk into the void hole. Etionia didn't think much about it and walked in. After entering, he felt as if he had passed through a wave of ripples, and the next moment he arrived at a familiar place. That's right, there was an extremely familiar feeling floating in the air. This aura was not a good one, but a murderous aura. This killing intent immediately made him think of the god-slaying pagoda. The god-killing pagoda had a similar feeling back then. It was filled with a special killing intent. God-slaying pagoda. Tianyun's eyes narrowed, feeling that something was wrong. The change was too great in such a short period of time. Could it be that it was the creator of the god-slaying pagoda? God-slaying? He didn't ask the question right away. He turned his head and looked behind him. The exit had already disappeared, and the only thing left was that venerable spirit. Senior Zunling, why is there such a big difference here? It doesn't seem to be the same place as before. Tianyun pretended to be confused. There are some changes here. You don't need to know what the situation is. Just walk forward. The smile on the venerable spirit's face disappeared, and what replaced it was a straight face. It looked rather cold, completely different from before. Tianyun's heart sank. It seemed that he had really walked into a black shop. The motive of this disciple selection was not right. This was the same as the god-slaying pagoda previously. It was very likely that there was another purpose, possession. His brain started working instantly, and his spiritual awareness probed the surroundings. There was a strong seal around the surroundings. Even a celestial master might not be able to escape. Once one entered, it would be hard to escape. Previously, he felt that the disciple selection was a little strange. It was strict, but it was too strict. It even caused them to kill each other. When the time came, no one would be convinced by him. How could he become a disciple? Now it seemed that letting them go through the trial step by step so that they could cultivate the power of magic gold. Was there any difference from being filled with murderous aura, turning into a body that matched them would allow them to carry out the possession? If the possession failed, it didn't matter. When the time came, they could just change to a second one. As for those who were possessed, they were basically no different from being dead. Tianyun carefully observed the surrounding environment, but according to the situation, his teleportation divine stone was definitely useless. He just didn't know if teleportation would work. Previously, he could escape from the two celestial masters' seals. The seals here were of a higher level. Logically speaking, it should work. He just didn't know if there were other seals. But if he escaped, it would be difficult on the glazed region lord's side. Let's see the situation first. What's the situation? Did I really meet the god-slaying boss? Tianyun thought of the god-slaying pagoda. It was just a part of it. There were so many god generals under it, and their cultivation was astonishing. If they hadn't been reborn through possession, their cultivation would have been even higher. And he had killed so many of them. If they knew that it was all his doing, they would be dead for sure. After walking all the way forward, he soon arrived in front of a large door. Before he reached it, the door slowly opened. A strong killing intent surged out from inside. If one's willpower was weak, they would have immediately lost consciousness. Tianyun immediately held his mind and stabilized his consciousness. He wouldn't be disturbed at all. After the door was completely opened, a huge throne came into view. It stood in the center in front of him. There were more than 10 huge statues around it. The soaring killing intent came from inside. When Tianyun saw a figure sitting on the throne, his eyes narrowed. His heart could be said to have sunk to the bottom. God-slaying celestial master. Middle-level celestial master cultivation. Due to serious injuries, it is difficult for the body to recover. It can only slowly rot. As time passed, the cultivation became lower and lower until finally it completely turned into ashes. It possessed extremely strong power. The killing intent it released could interfere with the spiritual intelligence of cultivators. Just one look was enough to make a cultivator with the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven go crazy. Looking at this guy, Etinion's eyes narrowed. It was indeed a god-slaying. Due to unknown injuries, it caused his body to be in a state of festering. If this continued, it would definitely lead to death. Celestial masters also died. This proved that this god-slaying celestial master had encountered a stronger celestial master, causing his injuries to be difficult for him to recover. He could only sit here and wait for death. Chapter 13:20. After coming in, Etinyon observed the situation around. One statue, exactly 10 statues. Some of them looked very familiar. Weren't they the god generals from before? However, these were all statues. Without a doubt, these god generals had made great contributions to heavenly venerate Godslayer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here. It was just that no matter how powerful the god generals were, there would always be a time of death, and several of them had been killed by him. Apart from that, there was nothing strange about the surroundings. Everything looked very normal. The only thing that was not right was heavenly venerate Godslayer, who was sitting right in front of him. He was just sitting there, and a rancid smell emanated from his body that filled this space. Even so, there was no doubt that he was strong. Etinyon could feel that if the other party slapped him hard, he would be flattened. Whatever evil Lord of Heaven set was just a fart. He would be easily smashed. This was the power of a middle-level heavenly venerate, far surpassing that of the evil spirit region lord. Even the evil spirit region lord and the previous region lord could only be considered cannon fodder. In particular, heavenly venerate Godslayer was originally an upper-level heavenly venerate. Although his cultivation base had dropped, his realm was still there. The power that erupted from him could still crush most middle-level heavenly venerates. The two were not on the same level. When he entered, heavenly venerate Godslayer immediately locked onto him. He observed him from top to bottom, not letting go of any details. A gaze that could see through everything was probing his body, including the insides of his body. This made him quickly conceal the power within his body to prevent others from discovering that he had 3 planets. Although it was generally impossible to detect, he had to be careful and conceal his aura. Peak Lord of Heaven cultivation base. Heavenly venerate Godslayer's glowing red eyes looked up slightly. His massive body didn't move, but the armor on the surface of his body moved slightly. His massive body looked like a giant. In fact, heavenly venerate Godslayer's true form was of the giant god race, and his bloodline ranking was definitely at the top. However, it wasn't very high, only in the top 10. Yes, Master. He is only at the peak of the Lord of Heaven level, but his overall level far surpasses ordinary cultivators. He has already reached the half-step heavenly venerable level, or even the heavenly venerable level. The Saint Spirit waved its hand, and all the scenes of Etinyon's previous battles appeared in front of Empyrean Death God's eyes. Every scene was a spectacular battle. For instance, the eruption of the Dragon God bloodline, the speed of the Kuan Pung bloodline. All of this was presented to Empyrean Death God. The main thing is that I have successfully cultivated the gold fantasy divine art. I have absolutely reached the standard that you require. The spirit respectfully knelt in front of Empyrean Death God, representing that this was its true master. After Empyrean Death God saw this, his red eyes looked at Etinyon as if he had a new understanding of him. I never thought that there would be such an existence. The bloodline of the human race actually possesses such great power. Looks like there are many things mixed in your body. Looks like it does meet my standards. Empyrean Killer God revealed a satisfied smile. He was very satisfied with this. Kid, are you willing to become my direct disciple? As long as you become my direct disciple, you can choose any martial arts you want. You can even choose any weapon you want. Empyrean death god threw out a great temptation, as if he really were choosing a disciple. Eteonion knew that this wasn't the case at all. Rather, Empyrean death god wanted to deceive him into obeying all instructions. Only in a situation where he didn't struggle would the chances of seizing his body be higher. In particular, if he completely obeyed instructions, then there wouldn't be any problems at all. What if I refuse? Eteonion asked. Refuse? Empyrean death god's eyes turned cold, a red light flashing in them. However, he didn't become angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why would you refuse? Could it be that my rewards aren't enough? Haven't you passed through so many smelting trials in order to become my disciple? As long as you become my disciple, you can have anything you want." Empyrean death god didn't become angry. Instead, he was extremely calm. All of this was to persuade Eteonion. He didn't say that if Lin Ming didn't become his disciple, then he would die. It sounds like there really isn't a reason to refuse. Eteonion faintly smiled. He knew that continuing to refuse was meaningless. At that time, if he angered Empyrean death god, it would be difficult to deal with him. I wonder what conditions there are to become your disciple. You have already satisfied the smelting trials conditions. What you need to do now is to calm your heart and completely open up your perception. I will pass on martial arts to you through my soul. Some contents can only be given through a spiritual exchange. For instance, my experiences or my secret skills that I don't pass on. Empyrean death god smiled. He indeed looked like a kind old man, as if he were really here to accept disciples. This sounds good. Speaking of which, besides me, has there been no other cultivator that you have successfully accepted as a disciple? Eteonion asked. In any case, he couldn't escape for the time being, so he might as well ask a few more questions. At the same time, his mind was constantly thinking about how to deal with this Empyrean death god. If he fought this Empyrean death god head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. But if his soul came, then things would be different. One soul could be said to be the strongest and also the weakest. Before it left the body, it was the strongest. But once it left the body, it was the weakest existence. Of course there are. They are the statues beside you, but they have all gone out now. After you become my disciple, you will be able to see them in the future. Empyrean death god patiently explained, but his eyes already revealed a bit of impatience. If it weren't for seizing possession, he would have already slapped Eteonion to death. Since that's the case, then I will become your disciple. Eteonion pretended to agree. He nodded and said, "Then what should I do now?" "Very simple." Empyrean death god lifted his hand, and a golden coffin gradually fell from the void. Eteonion could see, with a glance, that this was absolutely a treasure. Moreover, it was forged from a magical gold core. Just in terms of grade, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure. There was a thick power of magical gold inside. He could finally see something that was similar to the outside world. After Eteonion saw this, he immediately guessed that Empyrean death god needed a metal attribute mortal body. Perhaps this was the only way he could restrain the energy within his body or successfully transfer it out. He didn't know whether or not this was the true body of the giant god race, but at least for now, it seemed that Empyrean death god wanted to seize his body. Lie down. When the time comes, relax and leave everything to me. Empyrean death god hurriedly had him enter the coffin. He was already impatient. Chapter 13:21. Eteonion felt the eyes of killing God and the venerable spirit. If he didn't lie down now, he would definitely be slapped to death. Now, he could only bite the bullet and not refuse. He didn't think too much about it. He lifted his foot and walked towards the golden coffin. It looked like he was stepping into a grave, but he could not step in now. He could only lift his foot and step inside. After entering, Eteonyun lay down. His body was immediately filled with the power of magic gold. This created an extremely suitable environment, which was the extremely gentle power of illusory gold. Like sea water, it enveloped him. At the same time, the divine runes on the coffin began to light up, releasing circles of light that covered the area and blocked all external forces. Even the power of the killing god would be blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Since he had chosen to take over a body, he had to abandon all previous powers and start anew. Very good, very good. Killing god's eyes lit up. Seeing that Eteonyun could lie down peacefully, he felt very excited. He was ready to take over a body, and it was a very good body. How could he not be excited? When Eteonyun lay down, the venerable spirit quickly controlled the power of magic gold to make this place even gentler. Killing god, heavenly venerate stood up, and the armor on his body made a clanking sound as he walked towards Eteonyun step by step. His burly body was like a mountain standing in front of Eteonyun. When your soul relaxes, remember not to resist. Otherwise, you will fail. I don't want to see my disciple get hurt by my soul attack. If that happens, he won't be able to continue cultivating. Killing god's expression was still amiable as he looked at Eteonyun and grinned. Okay, Eteonyun said simply. Killing god, heavenly venerable glanced at the venerable spirit to ask for his help. The venerable spirit also nodded. It was a simple eye contact. Then, killing god's eyes shot out a red light. His soul quickly left his body and turned into a red energy body that floated in the air. His original body was stiff like a statue. At this time, his soul was riddled with holes, as if it had been pierced by some force. Eteonyun carefully felt a familiar aura. Vast Empyrean. That's right, he felt the power of vast Empyrean from killing god's soul. He had felt the power of vast Empyrean before, so he naturally knew what was going on. This aura was undoubtedly the power of vast Empyrean. According to this, it must be the power of vast Empyrean. It seems that vast Empyrean still has a grudge against him. Eteonyun narrowed his eyes. If it were anyone else, they would have been deceived. Seeing that an upper-level heavenly venerate was recruiting disciples here, he immediately nodded. How could he possibly refuse? I will transfer the martial art to you now. Remember to relax. Killing god, heavenly venerate, reminded Eteonyun again as he was about to enter the cave. This was a very serious matter, and he couldn't afford to be careless. If he was careless, not only would his soul be severely injured, but his body would also be damaged. Immediately, killing god's red light flashed, and he rapidly drilled towards Eteonyun. An incomparably powerful soul aura poured into his body. As killing god's soul rushed in, Eteonyun immediately released his own soul force to the maximum, turning it into the strongest force he could muster. Bang! Empyrean killing god's red light flickered, and then he rapidly drilled towards Eteonyun. An incomparably powerful soul aura poured into his body. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in his head. Two great souls collided together. How could they not explode? Under this violent impact, accompanied by a scream, God-killer, heavenly venerate flew out of Eteonyun's body, constantly screaming in pain. The red light drifted around, especially the soul directly collapsed, and suddenly shrank a lot. After flying out, he quickly returned to his body. Immediately, he clutched his head and roared, I will kill you. The venerable spirit was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Eteonyun would do such a thing. It was simply a suicidal move, especially a Lord of Heaven who wanted to clash with an Empyrean's soul. This was simply courting death. But Eteonyun didn't want to die. So he quickly jumped out of the coffin and disappeared from the place he was standing. However, just sticking to the thick wall wasn't enough to escape this area. Sure enough, I can't escape. Eteonyun's eyes narrowed. Whether it was entering the void or teleporting, he couldn't leave this damned place. There were many seals placed here. Even a powerful upper-level Empyrean wouldn't be able to easily escape. Killing God must have done this in order to shield himself from vast Empyrean's detection and hide here. However, he hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to escape. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to escape. It was a pity that he hadn't destroyed this soul in one move. Otherwise, he would have directly killing God. That would have been a huge gain. How could killing an Empyrean not be a huge gain? It was just that this soul was too strong. He simply couldn't break it easily. Even if the soul was very fragile when it left its body, it was still an Empyrean-level soul. After being struck, it suffered a lot of damage, but it still hadn't been destroyed. Still want to escape. Killing God stretched out his hand, and the power of a middle-level Empyrean immediately locked onto the space around Eteonyun. At this time, Eteonyun felt his body freeze. He couldn't shift or move at all. A terrifying power immediately appeared. The gap between the two of them was just too great. Compared to the evil spirit region lord and the others, he was many times stronger. He was simply on the level of being crushed. No, I can't move. Eteonyun felt that his current power was actually so fragile. In fact, through the appraisal eye, he could already see that heavenly killing God's combat power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Previously, when the evil spirit region lord didn't erupt, he already had 330 million star power points. As for heavenly killing God, he had already reached 800 million star power points. This was even under the situation where his soul had been destroyed. Just now, he had even ruthlessly attacked him, causing his star power to drop from more than 1 billion points to 800 million points. This was equivalent to directly demoting the evil spirit region lord. What a terrifying existence. Now that he had 800 million star power points, with just a slight suppression, the void and the like would be completely locked down. Should I upgrade instant teleportation or upgrade my void bloodline? He had to choose between these two abilities so that he could escape. Chapter 1322. Eteonyun didn't choose to upgrade his instant teleportation, nor did he choose to upgrade his void bloodline. Instead, he chose to upgrade his cultivation. Ding, beginning upgrade of God Lord cultivation. Progress at 1%. To break through from Lord of Heaven to God Lord cultivation, one needed to cross tribulation. After the notification of upgrading, a terrifying tribulation descended from the sky, quickly enveloping the area. At this time, it was like Eteonyun had an extra layer of protection, immediately isolating the power that sealed him. Empyrean killer God was very strong, but in the face of a terrifying tribulation, he had to retreat. Heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavens. According to ranks, the power of an Empyrean was stronger than the power of the heavens. But the power of tribulation was different. Even if it was the power of the heavens, it could still erupt with amazing power. Even Empyrean killer God had to retreat. He actually chose this time to break through. Empyrean killer God quickly retreated. He didn't want to bear the power of tribulation. If that happened, his soul would be injured. He was already injured, and now he had to bear this power. It was undoubtedly even more uncomfortable. The surrounding spirits quickly retreated far away. If they angered the tribulation, the power that erupted would multiply. This represented that the heavens could not be violated. Even an Empyrean could be beaten back and even killed. It had to be said that although tribulation was dangerous, it could be used to save one's life at times. However, being grateful to tribulation was useless. It meant that if the heavens wanted to take one's life, no one could snatch it away. If Tianyin couldn't cross the tribulation successfully, then he was dead for sure. To say thank the heavens was the same as thanking an assassin. Sure enough, the power of tribulation is the greatest. Tianyin was very satisfied with this. He could immediately isolate the power of the seal, giving him extra time to catch his breath. He looked up at Empyrean Killer God and sneered. What, you're not going to continue attacking? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Come on. Empyrean Killer God's eyes turned cold as he said, angrily, when you finish crossing the tribulation, I hope you can still be so arrogant. He didn't dare barge in. Once he was attacked, he would be the same. After Tianyin successfully transcends the heavenly tribulation, there will be no protective shield left, and they can do whatever they want to Tianyin. Seeing Tianyin being so arrogant, he was about to explode. A dignified Empyrean was actually provoked by a little fellow, and his soul was even heavily injured. It was simply inconceivable. Logically speaking, Tianyun's soul should also be in a more serious condition, but who would have thought that nothing would happen to him? It wasn't that Tianyun's soul was stronger than the God-killing heavenly venerate, but he didn't just use soul shock, he used a mixture of various forces to attack the God-killing heavenly venerate. I'm so arrogant. Come and attack me now if you dare. Tianyin said as he patted his chest, signaling God's Slayer, heavenly venerate to attack him. Empyrean Killer God immediately blew up. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly threw out a beam of infernal energy at Tianyin. It instantly arrived in front of Tianyin. Tianyin immediately summoned his strength to resist. With a loud bang, he was sent flying back, but he didn't suffer any injuries. It seemed like there was no problem at all. Just the heavenly tribulation had already helped him resist more than half of the power. Is this heavenly tribulation that good? Tianyin was startled. According to normal circumstances, heavenly tribulation wouldn't care about this. But now it was helping to resist. This meant that it didn't want to see Tianyin killed by others. It was the same as its prestige being destroyed. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation suddenly flashed with a giant bolt of lightning, ruthlessly attacking Empyrean Killer God. With a loud bang, Empyrean Killer God was sent flying away. This strength was comparable to the strength of an upper Empyrean. Empyrean Killer God flew back a long distance before barely managing to stop. At this time, the armor on his body had already been torn apart. Just this move alone was enough to shatter it. It had to be said that this heavenly tribulation's counterattack was far too powerful. No wonder Empyrean Killer God didn't dare to act recklessly. If this continued, he would be finished. You bastard! Empyrean Killer God clenched his teeth, rapidly recovering from his injuries. He thought that he would be able to find a perfect mortal body, but who knew that he would find a disaster instead? Master, are you all right? The spirit quickly flew over, but was sent flying away by Empyrean Killer God's palm. Fuck off, it's all because of you. You brought back a disaster for me. Even my soul has been damaged. Empyrean Killer God was enraged. He wanted to dismember Tianyin into 8 pieces, throwing all thoughts of possessing his body to the side. I'm sorry, Master. The spirit flew back and knelt on the ground. No matter how he was abused, he still believed in Empyrean Killer God and didn't dare disobey the slightest order. Empyrean Killer God ignored his apology. If he wanted to quell his anger, then he could only kill Tianyin. Just you wait. Once the heavenly tribulation is over, I want to see just what abilities you have. Empyrean killer god felt extremely wronged. But now he could only choose to accept it, otherwise he would die. You good for nothing. If you have the ability, then keep attacking. Coward, trash, disgusting pervert. Didn't anyone tell you that the armor on your body is ugly? Who attacked your wounds? How refreshing. Eteonian shouted from the side. At the same time, he constantly resisted the tribulation thunder. To him, all of this was meaningless. It didn't hurt or itch at all. Although the power of the tribulation was greatly increased, he had so many bloodline strengths, and he also had a powerful set of armor. This heavenly tribulation simply couldn't hurt him. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a heavenly tribulation was, it was calculated according to the peak level of the Lord of Heaven. At most, it would be several times stronger than an ordinary Lord of Heaven, perhaps even a dozen times stronger. But looking at Etienne's current state, it was nothing more than an itch. You, Empyrean killer god, was about to explode from anger. He had never cursed like this before. His dignity as a superior was completely gone, and he couldn't even fight back. Master, control him later, and then torture him ruthlessly. When that time comes, you can still possess him. The honored spirit calmly persuaded. Okay, let's control him first. Empyrean killer god felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He had to quickly possess someone else. If he didn't change his body, it would be very dangerous. On the other side, Eteonian was very calm as he constantly withstood the attacks of the heavenly tribulation. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate a thunder core. He recalled that this terrifying tribulation, thunder was the power of thunder, wasn't it? As long as he absorbed it, wouldn't he be able to successfully condense it? Even if he condensed a thunder core, he could still coexist peacefully. There wouldn't be any problems. Then he calmly sat down to cultivate, absorbing the tribulation thunder. Every time he absorbed, the thunder core in his body would expand. Chapter 13:23. This fellow thinks he's fine, just because he's hiding under the heavenly tribulation. He still dares to cultivate. So what if he absorbs more power of thunder? He's not even a divine lord. Empyrean god slayer looked hatefully at Eteonian. He waited by the side, wishing he could help break the heavenly tribulation and then capture Eteonian. He would torture him in all aspects and then possess him. If he did that, the failure rate would greatly increase. It would probably drop from the original 30% to 10%. Possession was extremely difficult to begin with, and it was very difficult to succeed. A 30% success rate was already quite good. Furthermore, this was only possible under the condition that they were cooperating with each other. If the other party felt even the slightest bit of rejection, it would easily cause the success rate to drop. Even if they signed a slave contract, there would still be rejection. The slave contract only required one not to resist physically, but it did not mean that one would not resist mentally, so it would still fail. As for the disciples he taught, they could complete the possession. But not everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves. The key was that there weren't many qualified cultivators. If one wanted to meet the requirements, they needed to pass through layers of screening. The following stages were the same. They needed to break through layers of trials to meet the requirements. One's physique and talent were indispensable. Otherwise, there was no way to accommodate Empyrean Godslayer's soul. If one's physique was too weak, their body would explode as soon as they entered. How could they possess him? Their talent couldn't be too weak. If they possessed someone with poor talent, they wouldn't be able to make use of it, causing their cultivation speed to stagnate. Thus, bloodline was very important. The stronger the bloodline, the more amazing the talent. Etienne's human bloodline was very poor, but He was very satisfied with his overall performance, so he chose to possess him. Now that everything was ruined, he could only watch from the side, unable to do anything. But he believed that as long as Tianyun succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it would be time for him to suppress him. At that time, he would torture him ruthlessly. Even if the success rate was terrifyingly low, he could at least give it a try. If he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, Tianyun's body would either explode or his soul would directly shatter. Just as he was holding this thought, he stood by the side. Tianyun continued to absorb the power of lightning, madly strengthening the lightning core in his body. Following that, it rapidly became a large planet. Previously, it had already been strengthened significantly. Now that it absorbed the tribulation lightning, it absorbed it even faster. If this continued, when the heavenly tribulation ended, he would definitely be able to condense a thunder planet. At that time, he would be able to obtain 4 planets. He wondered if the next condition for his breakthrough would require 4 planets. If that was really the case, then the threshold for breaking through to the Empyrean Master Stage would be gone. All he needed to do was crazily accumulate experience points. As long as he had enough experience, he could easily break through to become an Empyrean. Just thinking about this made him a little excited. He had reached the Empyrean level so easily. How could he not be excited? As time passed, Tianyun continued to strengthen the landmine planet. Its progress was also increasing rapidly. It had already reached 70%. Not even the crazy tribulation lightning in the sky could cause the slightest bit of damage to the seal. From this, it could be seen how sturdy the sealing formation was. The main reason was that this tribulation thunder followed Tianyun's cultivation as the Lord of Heaven. If it had the same might as it had sent Empyrean Godslayer flying, then this place would have long since exploded. It's almost over. Empyrean Godslayer looked at the tribulation cloud above his head. He could feel that the heavenly tribulation was about to end. In fact, it was just a short while away. At that time, Tianyun would not be able to make a comeback no matter what. He did not believe that Tianyun would have any chance to make a comeback or that there would be some heavenly tribulation to help him resist. The moment he became a divine lord would be the time when Tianyun would be suppressed. Finally, the progress reached 99%. The thunder planet in Tianyun's body had basically taken shape. Thick lightning surged back and forth inside. Its effect was no less than that of the fantasy gold planet. It could be said that it was already equivalent to a rank 4 core. This was tribulation thunder, so its power was naturally extraordinary. It was extremely rare to be able to absorb tribulation thunder and use it as energy to fill up the thunder core. Is the breakthrough successful? Tianyun slowly opened his eyes. Divine lightning surged in his pupils. He was ready to officially break through to become a divine lord. Kaboom! As the last tribulation thunder smashed down and fell on Tianyun's body, the heavenly tribulation was finally over. Tianyun's body was filled with thunder and lightning, and the thunder planet inside his body expanded once again, becoming a real huge planet, far bigger than the other 3 planets. Rumble. At this time, the tribulation cloud made a sound like a voice of unwillingness and began to drift around. It did not take Tianyun's life, so naturally it felt a bit unwilling. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to Divine Lord Level 1. A clear and melodious voice rang out. He had successfully broken through to the God Monarch Level 1, reaching a whole new realm. Finally, after a lot of twists and turns, he successfully broke through to Divine Lord Level 1. Successfully completed special leveling task, breakthrough, to new realm. After condensing the third planet, obtained 1000 compression crazy point and 500 compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. Invincible under Divine Lord level 1. In the face of a Divine Lord level 1, combat power increased by 30 times, absolute suppression in terms of realm can weaken the opponent's power up to 1000%. In the face of Heavenly Lord level 1, can resist the suppression of Heavenly Lord power. The effect is halved. The title of Supreme Divine Lord did not disappoint him. With only Divine Lord level 1, he is already completely invincible under Divine Lord level 1. This means that as long as he faces a Divine Lord, he can be an invincible existence. No matter what kind of genius, as long as they are Divine Lord level 1, they can be crushed by him. Ding! Successfully accepted the special leveling up mission, breakthrough to a higher realm. After condensing the fifth planet, obtained 10,000 compression crazy point and 5,000 compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Super Heavenly Lord. Can directly break through to Heavenly Lord without completing, but there is no reward. Once again, a new special leveling task popped up. When he saw that it required 5 planets, he was completely speechless. He thought that 4 planets would be enough, but now it seems that he was too naive and needed 5 planets. Fortunately, he only needed to condense 1 more, and he would be considered to have reached the standard. He has just broken through to Divine Lord level 1, and there is still a lot of experience before he can reach Heavenly Lord level. Chapter 1324. After successfully breaking through, it means that Tianyun will lose the protection of heavenly tribulation. Without the protection of heavenly tribulation, Tianyun's defense will plummet, and he won't be as arrogant as before. Finally past heavenly tribulation, die for me? Death God heavenly venerates eyes were cold, finally giving him this opportunity. He never felt that time will be so long. After waiting for so long, he can finally attack Tianyun. It's really a long time. He stretched out his hand, and the void around Tianyun was immediately locked. Just like before, Tianyun felt that he was imprisoned, whether it is teleportation or teleportation divine stone, they have lost their effect. He was firmly locked by this powerful force. He can't escape at all. Even if he broke through to Divine Monarch in front of a middle-level heavenly venerate, he is still an ant. Even a lower Empyrean was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Every step he took was like stepping into the heavens. The disparity between them was astonishing. After being locked, Tianyun did not panic. He still stared at Death God, heavenly venerate, as if he is looking at a fool. You're quite calm. I just don't know if you'll be able to maintain your composure later. Death God, heavenly venerate, sneered. Just when he was about to drag Tianyun over, Tianyun began to erupt with amazing power. Upgrade crazy mode. Ding! Deducting 100 compressed crazy point. Successfully upgraded crazy mode. The effect is increased to 128 times. Among them, the effect of crazy point is increased by 10 times. The effect of sin point is increased by 10 times. The effect of taking medicinal pills is increased by 10 times, etc. Every minute consumes 10 compressed crazy point. The next level is 1000 compressed crazy point. He had leveled up his cultivation just for this moment. If he wants to upgrade crazy mode, he needs to be a Divine Monarch. If he doesn't reach Divine Monarch cultivation, he can upgrade. 100 compressed crazy point is not much for him now. If it was before, it is equivalent to 10 billion crazy point. It would be absolutely terrifying. But now he can afford it. At least he won't be as poor as before. But for this divine skill, The real difficulty is not the number of crazy points, but the cultivation level. If he wanted to upgrade this thing, he couldn't do it unless his cultivation reached a certain level. It firmly restricted him. This is the main reason, if there is no limit, even if it is 1,000 crazy points, it can still be earned. When the time came, according to the algorithm, it would be 256 times the damage. Just thinking about it was scary. Being able to deal 128 times damage was already quite shocking. Use crazy damage mode. Activate crazy damage mode. After activating it, his damage instantly exploded, and his combat power skyrocketed. 100 million points of star power, 200 million star power points, 300 million star power points, 800 million star power points, 3 billion star power points, 48 billion star power points. It exploded instantly, and the damage reached 1. For billion, which was almost 5 billion star power points. His terrifying combat power had already reached a heaven-defying level. He had reached Divine Lord level 1, and his basic combat power was 10 million points of star power. With the addition of 128 times damage, it meant that he had reached 28 billion points of star power. Due to the superposition of other basic values, his combat power directly exploded to 48 billion star power. From a small Divine Lord level, it suddenly exploded to comparable to middle-level Heavenly Master late stage. Of course, this is the effect of basic attributes. Middle-level Heavenly Master is not so bad, but for him, at least he will not be in a state of being sealed. Open. Tianyan roared and stretched his hand to the side, and the seal that sealed him was immediately broken by him. This scene shocked them. How could there be such a terrifying power all of a sudden? After Tianyan broke out without hesitation, he rushed in front of Heavenly Master Killer God. The Star Divine Spear instantly appeared in his hand. The divine rune on it immediately burst out, and the dazzling light illuminated the dark place. Die! Tianyan's eyes were like torches. He stabbed the spear at Heavenly Master Killer God. Almost all of his power was poured into this spear. Aiming at Heavenly Master Killer God's head, the power suddenly burst out to the extreme. Heavenly Master Killer God quickly reacted and quickly waved his palm. The aura of a middle-level Heavenly Master erupted, and his combat power soared. In an instant, it rushed to the level of 5 billion star power, and it can continue to rise. A middle-level Heavenly Master does not only have 1 billion star power, there is still a lot of power that has not been displayed, and if it really erupts, it cannot be stopped without a few billion. If you really think that it is only a little bit, then you are too naive. Even a lower-level Heavenly Master, without more than 1 billion star power, cannot stop it. Boom! Divine spear against palm. The two collided violently. The dazzling white light and blood-red light formed a collision. The terrifying energy was compressed to the extreme. And finally there was a violent explosion. The two were sent flying, and the venerable spirit on the side was sent flying. Still too slow. Tianyan stabilized his body. He did erupt with a strong power, but compared to Heavenly Master Killer God, he is still too weak. If Heavenly Masters can be crushed so easily, they would not be Heavenly Masters. What a strong power! What is going on? Heavenly Master Killer God was shocked to the extreme. He originally thought that he could knead Tianyan as he pleased, but now Tianyan almost killed him. If not for the fact that his foundation is not weak, if his cultivation is a little weaker, then he would have died just now. He clearly felt that he is a divine lord, but the power that erupts out is even inferior to a lower-level Heavenly Master. If not for the fact that he saw Tianyan transcend the tribulation, he really thought that Tianyan is a very strong Heavenly Master. But this made him feel extremely puzzled. What kind of situation can cause the power to erupt to such a degree? While he was shocked, Tianyun did not stop for a moment. He had already rushed over with the Star Divine Spear, turning into a beam of light that swept over. Tianyun will not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. When Heavenly Master Killer God comes to his senses, his advantage will be reduced. Even if you become stronger, don't be arrogant in front of me. Heavenly Master Killer God was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the power of the Killer God surged towards him, turning into a blood-red blade in his hand. He aimed at Tianyun and slashed down. Red light split the heavens and earth. Tianyun also aimed his Star Divine Spear at the same time, and the two attacks bombarded each other again, followed by an extreme explosion in the space. Tianyun was sent flying, but Heavenly Master Killer God did not retreat at all. The difference in power was obvious. Now that Heavenly Master Killer God's power has reached 8 billion star power, far surpassing Tianyun's 5 billion star power, he can naturally repel it. Sure enough, there is still a gap. Chapter 1325. In the battle between the two sides, Tianyun is at a disadvantage. If this continues, he will basically lose. Although combat power wasn't the only deciding factor, it was definitely the most important data. If the difference was too great, the result would be instant death. Any divine skills would be useless. They could only stand aside. Tianyun knew where the problem lay. Hence, he could only take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and attack furiously. However, Heavenly Venerable Killer God was indeed an experienced Taoist. Under such explosive power, he was still blocked. You want to kill me with this strength? Heavenly Venerable Killer God's eyes were filled with excitement. I don't know how you have such powerful strength. This will make me even more excited. After I capture you, I will study how you managed to erupt with such power. He flicked his finger and said coldly, Venerable Spirit, attack. Yes, Master. The Venerable Spirit that was sent flying didn't attack Tianyun. Instead, it formed hand seals in the sky and activated the array around it. After it was activated, the power of the array was released one by one, forming a sealing array. It quickly sealed the area so that Tianyun wouldn't have any chance to escape. More importantly, when the array enveloped him, Tianyun felt his power being suppressed. The main effect of the array was to suppress the power of intruders. Under the crazy suppression, Tianyun's power was weakened. From 5 billion star power, it dropped to 2 billion. This was simply a saber strike that had shaved away so much of his strength. Logically speaking, his title should be able to weaken it, but that was only against heavenly venerables. There was no way to control the power of the array. Seal. The Venerable Spirit wasn't just that. It formed hand seals quickly and surrounded Tianyun, trying to trap him inside. Tianyun can feel that there are several walls surrounding him, and he can't escape. This feeling was the same as before. He couldn't escape easily. From the looks of it, they clearly wanted to capture him alive so that they could do research on him. They wanted to see how his power was unleashed. You want to seal me? Too naive. Tianyun's figure flickered, and he vanished from where he stood. As they were still in a daze, a sense of crisis spread out from behind Empyrean Death God. A ruthless strike pierced towards them. Boundless God art, nothingness. The starry divine spear in his hand disappeared, but it didn't really disappear. Instead, wherever it attacked, it would turn into nothingness and devour everything. Empyrean Death God subconsciously moved to block. The power of the Death God enveloped him, colliding with Tianyun's attack. Because it was too sudden, Empyrean Death God was struck. The power of nothingness flowed through his arm and into his body, sending him flying backwards. Humph! With a stuffy cough, much of Empyrean Death God's armor collapsed. In particular, a small part of his body was missing and black blood flowed out from the wound. Suddenly, with a miserable scream, Empyrean Death God was sent flying backwards. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head as if he had been struck by some sort of soul attack. Strange. I clearly hit his body. So how can his soul be severely injured? Tianyun could see that Empyrean Death God's soul had been severely eroded. It was impossible for his body to have such a reaction. With their cultivation, let alone being injured, even losing an arm or a leg would be meaningless. They wouldn't even frown, much less cry out in pain. To have such an effect, it must be a soul injury. But he could feel that his attack had been intercepted outside. It shouldn't have been able to injure Empyrean Death God's soul. You actually used Empyrean Vast God's martial arts. You were sent by him. Empyrean Death God barely managed to crawl up. His entire body seemed to collapse, and his combat strength plummeted. With his soul injured, no matter how powerful his strength was, he couldn't display it. This was like having a powerful weapon. If you couldn't wield it, then it was meaningless. Now that his soul was injured, his originally domineering combat strength suddenly fell to 1. 2 billion star forces, much lower than Tianyun's. No wonder he was injured. It turns out that Empyrean Vast God's attack mark is still on his soul. Tianyun's eyes lit up. What he used was Empyrean Vast God's technique, which also contained Empyrean Vast God's Empyrean power. This was equivalent to activating the attack mark and spreading its effects. Under this effect, it was the same as Empyrean Death God being struck by Empyrean Vast God, causing his soul to collapse once more. He didn't reply at all. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Empyrean Death God. Take advantage of his weakness. If he didn't grasp this opportunity, then it would be too late once Empyrean Death God reacted. Die! Empyrean Vast God's ultimate technique was displayed once more. Waves of nothingness swept out, enveloping Empyrean Death God. Hurry and stop him. Empyrean Death God shouted as he hurriedly retreated. He wasn't afraid of Tianyun. Even if there were 2 Tianyun, he wouldn't be afraid. What he was afraid of was Tianyun activating the attack mark in his head. If it truly erupted, then Tianyun would be nothing more than trash. But in the face of Empyrean Vast God's ultimate technique, he was nothing more than trash. A spirit quickly intercepted, wanting to stop Tianyun here. Get the hell out of my way. Tianyun roared. The star god spear in his hand swept out, sweeping away the spirit that rushed towards him. Against this wild and violent strength, even a spirit would have to step aside. No matter what, a spirit was only at the lower Empyrean level. The strength that erupted from him right now was absolutely enough to crush a spirit. Under the sweep, the spirit was directly smashed to pieces. Of course, it wouldn't die, but it would quickly reform. But during this process, the spirit wouldn't be able to fight back. Tianyun took advantage of this opening to quickly rush in front of Empyrean Death God and continue to fiercely attack. Empyrean Death God could only brace himself to resist. But this time, the result was different. Under the collision, Empyrean Death God was blasted away once again. He slammed his spear into the wall and was directly flattened. Bastard! Empyrean Death God screamed. He felt that he was suppressed by a junior, and he really couldn't accept it. But this was reality. What he faced was Empyrean Vast God's power, causing him to be suppressed. He hid here in order to hide from Empyrean Vast God, who knew that a cultivator with Empyrean Vast God's power would suddenly appear, and he would even be chosen. His soul was injured, so he couldn't exert his previous strength and was in a passive state. It looks like I can kill this Empyrean death god. Chapter 1326. Eteonion originally didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Even with the terrifying power of 128 times, he still couldn't surpass Empyrean death god's strength. If he couldn't kill Empyrean death god, then he could only choose to run away. Fortunately, he had succeeded, but this was only by borrowing the strength of Empyrean, vast Empyrean. Now, Eteonion crazily chased after him. He chased after him like a drowning dog, ruthlessly smashing down with every strike. He didn't wait for Empyrean death god to catch his breath. Instead, he crazily attacked. He didn't need to be too powerful. He only needed to trigger the attack mark. Once it was triggered, the effects would immediately appear, torturing Empyrean death god half to death. Were you sent by Empyrean, vast Empyrean? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eteonion didn't answer him. Instead, he fiercely attacked, every strike piercing into Empyrean death god's flesh, smashing apart his body. That fellow Empyrean, vast Empyrean, how did he find this place? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eteonion fiercely stabbed at Empyrean death god, completely ignoring his words. He wanted to kill Empyrean death god as quickly as possible in order to avoid any accidents. Finally, under the frenzied barrage of attacks, Empyrean death god's situation became increasingly worse. Even though his recovery was amazing, he still couldn't resist Eteonion's attacks. As the attacks became more and more intense, Empyrean death god became extremely weak. He seemed much weaker, with only a small part of his body remaining. It was a tragic sight to behold. Your life force is quite tenacious. Die for me. Eteonion aimed at Empyrean death god's head and stabbed down. No. Empyrean death god saw that he could no longer avoid this attack. Finally, he could only let out a miserable scream. His head had been nailed to the ground by Eteonion's attack, and he could no longer escape. At the same time as he was struck, the attack mark in his head completely lit up. A vast strength burst out from his head, rapidly swallowing him up. Empyrean, vast Empyrean. And you, both of you, will die a horrible death. My subordinates will exterminate you all. Empyrean death god let out a final scream before turning to ashes. At this moment, the venerable spirit was condensed once more. By the time it wanted to intercept them, it was already too late. Once its master died, it would become an ownerless object. Normally, they would either have an independent form and be able to move around with their own intelligence, or they would be forcefully kept as treasures. As long as the other party's cultivation was slightly higher, he would definitely be forcefully acknowledged as his master. Successfully killed Godslayer, Heavenly Master. Reward, 570. 000 EXP, 5. 000 Crazy Point, 5. 000 SBS. Obtained God-Killing Art, Lower Heavenly Venerable Level. God-Killing Armor, Heavenly Venerable Spiritual Treasure. God-Killing Pearl, Heavenly Venerable Spiritual Treasure. God-Killing Blood, extremely rare. Obtained additional reward for leapfrogging kills. You have successfully leveled up by 1 level and obtained the title of God of Slaughter's replacement. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonion for successfully breaking through to God Monarch Level 2. Killing God's Substitute. When equipped with this title, the user can release a strong killing intent. When faced with killing intent suppression, the effect is halved. At the same time, he could control the treasures under the Death God throne, including its weapon spirit. Whether it was the experience of the explosion or the title, he was extremely shocked, especially the EXP 570. 000 EXP means that his base value is at least 500 points. The rewards obtained from killing an Empyrean were seriously too shocking. Originally, he thought that EXP was difficult to obtain, but now he is going to make a lot of money. As for the title, it can save him a lot of trouble. He can immediately become the master of this place. It is equivalent to changing the master immediately. Master is dead. You actually killed Master. The venerable spirit was dumbfounded. In his opinion, his master was absolutely invincible, but he was killed. It made him feel shocked and angry. He was created by Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. Naturally, he has feelings for Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. Now that his master was killed, of course he is angry. Immediately, he began to fully activate the Great Formation here. Even if he is not as strong as Tianyun, he can still severely injure him. Very loyal, but it is a pity that you met me. Tianyun equipped the title God of Slaughter's substitute, and suddenly felt a surge of killing intent in his body. But this killing intent can be controlled. It will not make him chaotic. He raised his hand and pointed at the charging venerable spirit. Stop! The venerable spirit that was about to attack really stopped, unable to move at all. Now that he is the master of this place, he can naturally control this venerable spirit at will. To be able to control an artifact spirit that is comparable to a lower heavenly venerable means that he has an extremely strong fighter. How can this be? How can you control me? The venerable spirit is shocked. He realized that he can't move. It has a sense of absolute obedience to Tianyun, just like how it was with Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. You don't need to know that. Tianyun waved his hand and said indifferently, "Tell me everything that happened. What are you doing?" "Master, we are doing." Then the venerable spirit roughly told him what happened. The overall content is more or less the same as what he guessed. It wants to possess a body. Possessing a good body, in addition to escaping from the suppression of the boundless Heavenly Venerable, was also to change to a better body to cultivate. The power of the Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable, is harder to control, so using the more overbearing power of the Golden Mirage has a suppressive effect. For this, the Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable, even specially made this divine pagoda to attract the surrounding cultivators to be his chosen body. Of course, not everyone who was chosen could be listed as a body to be possessed. Some can become disciples. After all, he also needs more experts by his side to do things for him. A few of the 10 god generals have died, so he naturally needs to replenish them. Who knew that he would meet a malefic existence like Tianyun, who directly killed him? Tianyun also didn't expect to be able to kill a Heavenly Venerable. He originally wanted to escape, but was coincidentally attacked by the boundless Heavenly Venerable, so he took advantage of it. As for the hatred between the two of them, it was actually very simple. The boundless Heavenly Venerable couldn't stand the way Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable, did things, so he kept on killing and invading. Thus, after fighting with him, the one who finally lost was undoubtedly Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable, but the boundless Heavenly Venerable was also injured. But from the looks of it, Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable's injuries were more serious, which was enough to show how powerful the boundless Heavenly Venerable was. Chapter 1327. While Tianyun was taking inventory of his harvest in other areas, there were several powerhouses crazily plundering the cultivators here. They directly captured them in batches and killed those who resisted. "Your Excellency, what did we do wrong? Why do you want to kill us?" "Your Excellency, please let us go. We have nothing. Whatever we want is already placed here." "Your Excellency," the residents here begged for mercy one by one, but the other party showed no mercy at all. They grabbed a group of people and swept them into the living ring. Either that, or they slaughtered them crazily, not leaving a single one alive. If one observed carefully, those they killed were some old, weak, sick, and disabled people. They showed no mercy when killing. Who said there's nothing? We want your people. These cultivators' faces were filled with killing intent. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. They came here to capture people crazily. As long as they had decent talent, they would quickly capture them. What they wanted was people, not the resources of this place. This place belonged to the ordinary mixed divine realm. The average cultivation was relatively low and resources were even more scarce. On the other hand, plundering resources was a loss-making business, a waste of time. These marauders all had late-stage divine lord cultivation. Each one was very domineering and overbearing. If it wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure, they wouldn't take a fancy at all. As they were frantically snatching people, a consciousness suddenly surged into their minds. Immediately, all of them stopped. Dead. My lord is dead. They were all stunned. The cultivators who were captured in front all looked at them blankly. Some took advantage of their stunned state to quickly flee to the side. Who the hell is it? Who the hell killed our my lord? Ah! The three people here screamed. The blood-red broadswords in their hands slashed forward wildly. Countless red lights were released in all directions. Everywhere they passed was sliced into a bloody mist. Screams lingered in the ears. In a short period of time, there wasn't a single cultivator in the surroundings. Whether it was those they didn't want to capture or those they wanted to capture, they were all killed here. He had given up on all his previous goals. After the frenzied slaughter, they quickly calmed down. Let's hurry back and see who killed our my lord. Could it be Empyrean vast expanse? Wasn't the vast Empyrean injured as well? Furthermore, my lord had taken so many concealment measures. How could he have been discovered? Let's talk after we return. No matter who it is, we must avenge our lord. This group of people were the god generals under Empyrean God Killer. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. Some of them had even cultivated to the late-stage god monarch level and were preparing to step into the Empyrean level. They were here to catch some talented ones and throw them into the 10,000 gods pagoda to train so that they would have a suitable physique for possession. Who would have thought that while they were trying to capture it, their lord would die? This infuriated them, and they quickly flew towards the 10,000 deities pagoda, not wanting to stay here for even a second longer. They could immediately sense Empyrean Death God's death. The main reason was that Empyrean Death God had made them sign a slave oath. Empyrean Death God didn't believe anyone but himself. Thus, even his divine generals had to make slave oaths in order to be trusted. Under this oath, after Empyrean Death God died, they would immediately sense that their master had died, and they would be free. Fortunately, they did not sign a life and death oath. Otherwise, after Empyrean Death God died, they would also die. However, Empyrean Death God wouldn't be so heartless. After all, he was still very concerned about the subordinates he taught. As long as he had the ability, he would vigorously take care of them. The slave oath was only a bridge to build trust. Without this bridge, he wouldn't trust anyone. After all, anyone could betray him. Everyone's heart was hard to fathom. Even an upper Empyrean couldn't fathom a person's heart. One moment, someone might be loyal and devoted to someone, and the next moment, they might stab you in the back. This sort of thing wasn't uncommon. At the same time, Tianyan was taking stock of the various large spaces here to see how many cultivators there were. After a careful count, he discovered that there were several hundred cultivators with decent talent here, undergoing all kinds of trials. Among them, there were more than a dozen half-step Empyreans. One had to say that the god realm was vast, and there were countless powerhouses. It was just that despite their hard work, the final result might be possession. One had to say that it was really sad. This feeling was like after working hard for a long time and finally succeeding, the fruit of success was snatched away just like that. Erase all your previous memories of Empyrean death god, and serve me loyally. Tianyun looked at the venerated spirit beside him and ordered, "Yes, master." The venerated spirit was a little resistant, but it couldn't resist now. It could only completely erase the previous memories of Empyrean death god. It was very easy for it to erase memories. Even Tianyun could do it easily. Cultivators had cultivated for many years and encountered many things. There were many miscellaneous memories that didn't need to be remembered. Therefore, it would erase them by itself, leaving behind the memories that it needed the most to perfect its cultivation. After erasing its memories, the venerated spirit's gaze towards Tianyun became extremely respectful. It really didn't remember anything. Tianyun was its true master. Very good. Now, help me throw everyone out of this 10,000 divine pagoda. Tianyun ordered. Yes, master. Immediately, the venerated spirit chased all the cultivators out, including Region Master Glaze. There were no exceptions. All of them were in the midst of the trial, and some were even on the verge of death. Just as their hearts were filled with despair, they suddenly felt weightless. In the next moment, they disappeared from where they were and were all teleported out of the 10,000 divine pagoda, including the cultivators on the first and second levels. Everyone was teleported out. What's going on? I was in the trial just now. Why am I out? Me too. I was so close to passing the trial. Why did I suddenly come out? What a scam. I almost got the treasure. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They either almost passed or almost got the treasure. At the same time, there were people who were extremely grateful. They almost died in there. Now that they were teleported out, it was equivalent to their lives being saved. How could they not be happy? What's going on? I was teleported out. Region Master Glaze was equally confused. She didn't know why this happened. At the same time, she turned her head to look for Tianyun. However, she couldn't find any trace of Tianyun among the people around her. Just when she thought that something had happened to Tianyun appeared beside her. That's great. I thought you didn't come out. Region Master Glaze saw Tianyun and hurriedly flew over to ask, "What's going on? How did I get teleported out all of a sudden?" Tianyun was confused. Chapter 1328. Tianyun was not moved out, but chose to come out on his own. With the help of the spirit, he was naturally able to come out easily. Like the other cultivators, he would be moved out so that he could become a victim. That's right. We were all teleported out for no reason at all. I almost passed the trial. At that time, I would have succeeded earlier than you. Glaze Region Master felt that it was a pity. She felt that she almost surpassed Tianyun, but it ended in a tie. Now that she was driven out, it could only be considered a draw. Sister Lu Li's talent is much better than mine. If I give you more time, you will definitely surpass me. Tianyun said with a smile, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to talk about it. If Glaze Region Master had arrived first, then the result would have been either possession or death. Fortunately, Glaze Region Master didn't arrive before him. Otherwise, the result would not have been like this. As everyone was talking, the huge statue suddenly moved and stood up. The rumbling sound left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. They didn't know what was happening. They saw that after this huge statue stood up, it turned around and flew towards the area in front. With every step it took, it was thousands of miles away from them. This statue was too huge. In fact, it was equivalent to a spirit ship that could quickly fly away from here. This situation wasn't strange. The palaces of powerhouses and the like had already been made into mobile spirit ships. This way, they could leave at any time and wouldn't have to stay here forever. In just a moment, this huge statue disappeared from everyone's sight. They couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure. With their ability, how could they possibly catch up? Therefore, it disappeared all of a sudden, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that such a cultivation holy land was gone, everyone sighed and felt that it was quite a pity. It wasn't easy for them to find such a good, holy land, but now it was gone. How could they not feel that it was a pity? While everyone was feeling that it was a pity, Tianyin sneered in his heart. If they continued to advance, the only outcome that awaited them would be death. They had been cultivating nonstop, but in the end, it was all for naught. Fortunately, Tianyin had helped to resolve the situation. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for this place to end? Perhaps it would only end after Empyrean Godslayer succeeded in his possession. However, if one wanted to possess a perfect body, it would take a very long time. It was not that easy to obtain. Even if it was Tianyin's body, it was only because of the overall situation. As for whether or not it could be possessed, it would only be known when the process began. If he failed, he would have to start all over again and wait for a new cultivator to come. The most ideal condition was naturally to cultivate the power of illusory gold, as well as to meet the requirements of all major abilities. Due to the strict requirements, no one had ever succeeded. The failure rate was too high. It's a pity that I won't be able to come here to cultivate in the future. I thought I could become a direct disciple. Regent Master Glaze shook her head. She was still a small step away from becoming an Empyrean, but this small step had been stuck in her path, and she couldn't break through. This made her feel very distressed. Perhaps this senior just happened to find a personal disciple that meets his requirements, and left immediately, Tianyin explained with a smile. It's possible that someone beat us to it. Once this senior is satisfied, he should leave. Regent Master Glaze felt that it was a pity, but the harvest this time was also not small. Let's go. There's no point in staying here. Tianyin nodded and flew away with the two of them. The rest of the cultivators left one after another. Some chose to stay here to see if the statue would return. Perhaps it was the powerful figure who was taking a walk. After making a round, he would continue to stay here. No matter what their choice was, at least Tianyin left with them. After they left, for a while, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the void. When they saw that the place was empty, they were even more dumbfounded. What happened? Lord was killed, and even the 10,000 Gods Pagoda was taken away? They were all shocked. It was not easy to control the 10,000 Gods Pagoda. It would take at least a period of time to completely control it. After all, the artifact spirit was very loyal. Even if its master was dead, it would not be easily subdued. At least a period of suppression was needed before it could be subdued. In their opinion, even if the vast heavenly Lord came personally, it would take a period of time to subdue it. Now that they had rushed back and spent less than a few days, the artifact spirit had already been subdued. This speed was simply too fast. It was inconceivable to them. Immediately after, they looked around and quickly saw a cultivator at the side. They rushed over and grabbed the cultivator and lifted him up. Lord, what's the matter? The cultivator, who was lifted, was shocked. He wanted to resist, but when he felt the strong killing intent and overbearing power of the other party, he did not dare to resist at all. If he resisted even a little, he would definitely die. Especially when the other party's eyes were red. He looked like a lunatic. The rest of the cultivators nearby stood up in shock and looked over. Some hurriedly ran away, while others watched from the side. Perhaps he was here for revenge. If he had no grudge against them, why would he run? Tell me what happened here in detail. The leader was the sacrificial blood god general. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing their hearts to tremble. Lord, we don't know what happened either. The cultivator was thrown out. We don't know what happened. Bang! This cultivator was thrown out and blasted into a bloody mist. He died immediately. You tell me? The sacrificial blood god, General said coldly. I really don't know. I was just thrown out and then stayed here. Boom! This cultivator was blasted into a bloody mist again. Then he grabbed the next cultivator and interrogated, "What about you?" I felt that we were thrown out. Also, the huge statue has been running for a few days now. We ran away immediately after we were thrown out. There's no one suspicious. It seems like everyone was thrown out. It's probably because the senior is not choosing a direct disciple anymore. The cultivator said a few more words, revealing everything that he could say. That's quite detailed. Then you can die. The sacrificial blood god, General, killed the cultivator and swept his cold gaze across the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators ran away immediately. How would they dare to stay here any longer? Even after explaining in detail, they were still killed. This was simply a god of death who killed without batting an eye. However, none of them gave chase. The three of them stayed here and looked at each other. It seems like that guy has escaped. We can only continue to investigate. Chapter 1329. Itianyun did not know that the god generals under Heavenly Killer God were searching everywhere, but he could imagine that the god generals under Heavenly Killer God would definitely search for it. After all, Heavenly Killer God was a heavenly venerable, and he had many experts following him. He also had many loyal subordinates. But what did this have to do with him? These god generals could not find him, and no one could find out that he was the culprit. With so many cultivators, what could they find? As for finding the statue, it was extremely difficult. It had to be said that this thing was equivalent to a middle-level, heavenly, venerable spiritual treasure. Not only could it become bigger, but it could also shrink. Because of this, he quickly shrunk the statue and flew towards the ordinary realm. They would only search in the divine territory and probably would not think of going to Fanyu. If they really wanted to go to Fanyu, could they find it? From the beginning, it was impossible for them to find it, unless Itianyun directly put it out for many cultivators to cultivate. They would not be able to find it. Soon, Region Lord Colored Glaze brought Itianyun back to the Heavenly Spring Divine Territory. Although he could not become a personal disciple, he still gained a lot. As soon as they returned, the Glazed Region Lord immediately called for a meeting of all the elders and gathered all the elders. The sudden summons made many elders puzzled, including Itianyun, feel strange. Is it to talk about that special cultivation place? Itianyun guessed that it might be related to the 10,000 Divine Pagoda. After all, so many elders knew about the 10,000 Divine Pagoda, and they would go there to cultivate when they were free. I wonder why Region Lord Colored Glaze has called us here. Elder Go Huang and the others came to report. When they saw Itianyun standing beside Region Lord Colored Glaze, they felt a little strange. Region Lord Colored Glaze was often secretive, but Itianyun was with her, so he naturally felt strange. I mainly want to say two things here. The first is that the heavenly venerable cultivation place we went to previously has disappeared. Don't go there in the future, Region Lord Colored Glaze said. What? All of them were shocked. Many of them had planned to go there and cultivate for a period of time in the near future. For them, that was a place where they could break through to the Empyrean realm. How could it disappear just like that? Following that, the Colored Glaze region, Lord gave a general explanation of what had happened. She told him everything in detail, without holding anything back. When they heard that even Itianyun could fight with them, Their expressions became strange. How could the Lord of Heaven reach such a high level? Even they couldn't go up easily, but Tianyun could? That's the situation. That senior must have chosen a personal disciple, or felt that there were enough people. So he chose to leave. According to this situation, there is no way for him to continue cultivating. Glazed region, Lord felt that it was a pity, but that was the truth. The other elders all felt that it was a great pity. This was a great cultivation place that could strengthen oneself. How could it be gone just like that? As for the second thing, the Lord of Heaven of heavenly clouds has become the deputy regent, Lord of our heavenly spring, holy realm. If I am not here, listen to his orders. The colored glaze region, Lord announced such a shocking news that even Tianyun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would become a deputy region lord. However, he quickly realized that his cultivation was low, but his overall strength was equal to that of the colored glaze region lord. Under such circumstances, how could he not be a deputy region lord? If his cultivation was high, he needed to be given a corresponding position. Otherwise, he would easily choose to leave. What? Such explosive news, however, stunned all the elders. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that Tianyun would become a deputy region lord. And he was just a lord of heaven. Region lord, this can't be done. His cultivation is just at the Lord of Heaven. If we let him become a deputy region lord, we will not be convinced. Elder Go Huang hurriedly stood up and said, his position was high, but he still wasn't a deputy region lord. His cultivation was still too low. His cultivation had to be close to that of the colored glaze region lord in order to be qualified to be a deputy region lord. Otherwise, the position would be left empty. Yes, this can't be done. If this gets out, the entire heavenly spring holy realm will be in chaos. All of them tried to persuade the colored glaze region lord to take back her order. They couldn't be so reckless. The Lord of Heaven's cultivation, if I say that his overall strength is already comparable to mine, and some of his abilities are even stronger than mine, do you think it's appropriate for him to take this position? The colored glaze region, Lord stared at them and said, the Lord of Heaven's cultivation is already comparable to a region lord. They were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Tianyun had such strength. The Lord of Heaven had the power of a half-step heavenly venerable. Was this a joke? Region Lord, actually, I have already broken through to the divine monarch realm. Tianyun smiled modestly. After breaking through to the divine monarch realm, his ability to hide became stronger. Moreover, the colored glaze region Lord thought that he was still the Lord of Heaven, so she didn't probe too much, who knew that he had broken through to the divine monarch realm. You've broken through to the divine monarch realm? The colored glaze region Lord was surprised. It seems that this training was not bad. It helped you break through to the divine monarch realm. Our heavenly spring, holy realm will have another expert. The elders looked at each other. In the end, Elder Go Huang stood up and said, Region Lord, we still don't believe this. If he really has such strength, we are willing to let him be the deputy region lord. If he doesn't, we won't be convinced. Is that so? How will you be convinced? The colored glaze region Lord wasn't surprised. If it were her, she would have the same thought. It's simple. He just needs to fight with me. As long as he can defeat me easily, we will admit it. Elder Go Huang said sternly. If he can tie with me or surpass me slightly, we won't be convinced. The colored glaze region, Lord could easily crush them. If he couldn't do that, how could they be convinced? The colored glaze region, Lord turned to look at Tianyun and smiled. I almost forgot to ask, are you willing to be our deputy region lord? That's exactly what I want. Tianyun smiled and stood up. Since Elder Go Huang has said so, we will fight according to your rules. If I can't defeat him in one move, I will step down from the Deputy Region Lord position. Only one move could prove that his strength was domineering enough. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince the others. All right, Elder Go Huang said in a low voice. At first, I wanted to say within 3 moves. Since you are so confident, let's bet on one move. Chapter 1330. Tianyun already knew that such a situation would occur. When Region Lord Colored Glaze mentioned that he wanted to be the Deputy Region Lord, he knew that he would face such a problem. Unless he had always been prestigious, it would be a matter of course. Otherwise, it would be like Tianyun, who needed to prove his strength. Immediately, an area was set aside for the 2 of them to fight. The other elders were watching from the side. They didn't know Tianyun's true strength, but they didn't know if he was as strong as Lu Li Domain Lord said. Elder Go Huang, are you ready? Tianyun said in a deep voice. I am ready. Come on. Elder Go Huang said as he released all the strength in his body to form an absolute defense on the surface of his body. Layer after layer of thick defense spread out. He didn't need to counterattack. All he needed to do was to defend. Therefore, he displayed his strongest defense. Layers of blue light appeared on the surface of his body. It was actually a thick wall of water. Most of the elders had water attribute physiques. Therefore, they displayed water attribute energy and believed in the power of the water god. After the explosion, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the water god, Elder Go Huang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine monarch realm, displayed all of his strength. Powerful energy was released circle after circle, forming an impenetrable defense. Elder Go Huang's cultivation of the water god technique has improved again. From the looks of it, the power that he can unleash is already comparable to the defense of a high-grade Heavenly Way armor. Together with his own strength, I dare not say that he's invincible. Even the Glazed Region Lord wouldn't be able to destroy him so easily. Not bad. I didn't expect Elder Go Huang to improve so much. I haven't seen him for a while, and he has already cultivated to such a level. It seems that even Region Lord Colored Glaze wouldn't be able to break through it in one move. Sir God Tianyun is doomed. It would have been the most suitable if we followed the previous 3 moves. All along, the 3 moves have been exactly the right move, no more, no less. This kind of move could give him a way out, but who knew that Tianyun would immediately accept it? This was a little too arrogant. The Region Lord of Glazed Region watched from the side, expressionless. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Tianyun looked up and down at Elder Go Huang's defense and nodded repeatedly. His defense is indeed amazing. If it's used as an attack, the effect would be even more amazing. Elder Go Huang was indeed the strongest elder apart from the Glaze Region Lord. His standard was quite high. It seemed that he had broken through again. At his age, it was indeed rare and precious. Some people could not continue to break through in their entire lives. It was indeed very rare for him to be able to break through again. He didn't attack immediately. This wasn't a battle of life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, he definitely wouldn't let his opponent prepare for so long. He probably didn't even have time to gather his strength before he was instantly killed by him. Now he was waiting for Elder Go Huang to slowly prepare, and when he released all of it, he would ruthlessly attack and destroy it. Only then would he be able to achieve the best effect. Now you can attack. Elder Go Huang frowned when he saw that Tianyun wasn't in a hurry to attack. Even if he was so confident in himself, he didn't need to give him so long to prepare, right? All right, then I will break your defense in one move. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. He didn't use any weapons. He just took a step forward and released the power of the Supreme God Lord title towards Elder Go Huang. Instantly, Elder Go Huang felt that he was being suppressed. His strength was reduced by more than half, and the defense around him was reduced by a lot. It was as if a thick wall had been ruthlessly beaten until only a thin layer was left. It looked very pitiful. It could be said that the originally strong defense had been cut in half. This meant that the attack that could block a half-step, Heavenly Venerable couldn't even be blocked by a level 5 God Lord. This was just suppression in terms of aura. Elder Go Huang was astonished to have such an effect. The other elders and the region lord Colored Glaze found it strange. Why didn't the defense become stronger, but weaker instead? As Yi Tianyun didn't target them, they naturally didn't feel anything different. They all felt that it was strange. Why did Elder Go Huang's defense become weaker? While they were confused, Yi Tianyun has already made his move. There is no amazing speed. There is no amazing explosive power. All of a sudden, he rushed in front of Elder Go Huang and directly punched him. Ding! Opponent is at the level of a God Lord. Activate damage amplification of 30 times. Boom! The instantaneous amplification made his fist incomparably sharp. The 30 times damage was stacked, and the power was completely unleashed. Pung! When the fist came into contact with the shield, it immediately shattered it. It turned into a bunch of energy light spots and drifted in all directions. It was easily smashed. It was like smashing through a thin shell of water droplets. Then, the domineering fist smashed towards Elder Go Huang. Elder Go Huang subconsciously raised his hand to block. However, Yi Tianyun's fist had already stopped. Elder Go Huang, I wonder if this is enough? Yi Tianyun's fist didn't go down. If it really went down, Elder Go Huang would definitely be seriously injured. They were all on the same side. There was no need to go to such an extent. The fact that he could easily break through the defense proved everything. Elder Go Huang was stunned. There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. I lost. He didn't expect that he would lose so completely. In just one exchange, his overall strength was reduced. He didn't know what happened. It was so easy to break through, and he was completely defeated. He knew that the moment his strength was reduced by more than half, he had already lost. He didn't know what method Yi Tianyun used to do it. However, he knew that if he could do this, he would definitely lose. Lost? Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand what happened. His defense was so strong. How could it be broken so easily? It was like drinking water. He didn't even display an exciting fight, and it was already over. Lioli Region Master's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to do it so easily. Previously, she guessed that Yi Tianyun would definitely be able to finish him in one move. However, she didn't expect it to be so easy. As expected, after breaking through, his cultivation is so much stronger. How did he do it? Lioli Region Master wanted to keep Yi Tianyun by her side. After witnessing his strength, how could she bear to let him go? She originally thought that Yi Tianyun would become cannon fodder in the divine domain. Now, it seemed that he wasn't cannon fodder. He was definitely one of the best.